ladies and gentlemen. Once more, here is our official conference host, Jelly Victor.
Thank you very much, and for using that title that I've grown to really love since yesterday. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? Hopefully refreshed and energized after that sumptuous lunch that you got to enjoy. And all throughout the break, I also heard lovely conversations ongoing everywhere. So we hope that you got to expand that circle of influence that you have while being here. Good afternoon and welcome back. Now, before we proceed, I would just like to acknowledge the presence since they are done with the roundtable discussions earlier this morning. They're joining us right here. I'd like to say hello and welcome to our foreign dignitaries. I'd like to acknowledge their presence along with business leaders, guests from the national government, executives and councilors of Quezon City, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for Honorable Mayor Joy Belmonte. And I hope everyone is ready for this because we are now moving on to our second plenary, the fifth plenary that we have for this conference. From risk resilience, climate action, and disaster risk management in the workplace. In an era that is marked by increasing occurrences of disasters, both natural and human-induced, the imperative for organizations to adopt proactive measures to reduce risks and enhance resilience has never been more pronounced. The term disaster risk management and the call for climate action are not mere buzzwords. They are the pillars on which we must build a safer, greener, and more sustainable future. Now, our discussions today will revolve around the multifaceted initiatives that organizations can undertake to address disaster risk management and climate action within the workplace. From the creation of policies to protect employees from environmental risks to engaging them in reducing carbon footprint, the spectrum of possibilities is vast and impactful. In order for us to delve deeper into this topic, we have invited a seasoned expert. This gentleman has served as executive director of C40 Cities since December 2013, during which time the organization has grown from 63 to 97 of the world's greatest cities, and from 40 to over 250 staff across the globe. From inception, C40's mission has been to be a high-ambition leadership group, driving the world to avoid a climate crisis through the actions and leadership of the mayors of the world's leading cities. In 2016, C40 became the first major organization to insist that a 1.5-degree target was essential rather than aspirational through our Deadline 2020 program. Prior to joining C40 Cities, the gentleman that I'm about to introduce to all of you was director at pioneering engineering and design firm Arup. And before that was a senior advisor to the Mayor of London, in which role the London Evening Standard described him as, in quotes, the intellectual force behind Ken Livingstone's drive to make London a leading light of the battle against global warming, end of quote. He reports to C40 chairperson and mayor of Los Angeles, that's Eric Garcetti, and C40 board president, Mayor Michael R. Bloomberg. He believes that work should be fun, but that there is always time for music, narrowboats, and places that you can get to by bicycle. I don't know if we will come across the narrowboats or the music during his presentation. We will have to wait and see about that. Everyone, the Executive Director, C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, Mr. Mark Watts.
Thank you so much. That was a cracking introduction. It's really fantastic to be here. I should say I've got two new bosses now. So we have a new co-chair of my organisation, C40, which is the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, and then most recently, the Mayor of Freetown, Sierra Leone, Yvonne Aki-Sawyer. So, I should probably tell you a little bit, first of all, about the organisation that I represent. I think you may only be able to see the dots on the screen, but behind that is a map of the world. That's the C40 cities. This is just under 100 of the world's largest, most influential, greatest cities in the world, the economic powerhouses, the capital cities of the great countries of the world. The Philippines is represented by Mayor Joy Belmonte in Quezon City. And I can tell you that Mayor Joy is one of the real leading lights within the C40. Quezon City is one of the cities that those big cities all around the world now look to for inspiration, particularly on some of the things that I've been seeing in my short stay here, and I'm going to talk about a little bit in a moment. But when you collectively put together this group of cities, they represent 800 million cities around the world. About a quarter of global GDP is generated in these cities. And so it's a real force to be reckoned with. And the mayors have come together out of a shared concern for the global climate crisis. And initially, when C40 was created nearly 20 years ago now, because of a feeling that the climate crisis wasn't being tackled successfully by collaboration between national governments, and so the leaders of big cities of the world should try and stimulate faster, bigger action on climate change. What we set as our missions, essentially two things. The first is to just solve the elephant in the room. The only way that we can stop climate breakdown is to stop using fossil fuels. So to halve the use of fossil fuels this decade, allow people to use clean energy, allow our buildings, our transport system to be run much more efficiently. But secondly, that second mission, always to focus on the injustice of the climate crisis, the fact that the people who've done least to cause climate breakdown are the ones who suffer the most, and to make sure that as we're investing to turn our cities into cleaner, greener places to live, that we do so making sure that the most vulnerable today have greater life opportunities in the future, and there's good green jobs for everybody in the kind of future that we envisage. And indeed, you can see on the screen there, it's both a target and it's an estimate. We think if the cities across C40 all deliver their climate action plans, to be a member of C40, every mayor has to commit to take action that's consistent with halving global emissions this decade, based on the fair share of emissions from where they started. If all of the cities deliver those targets, we'll create 50 million good new green jobs just in this decade across just those under 100 C40 cities. Of course, as well as looking to the future that we do want, the kind of exciting cities of the future that we want to create, we've got to have a mind to the future that we don't want. This slide here is based on research that C40 carried out looking at the risk profile from impacts of climate change across the C40 cities. And what you can see here is that the number of our member cities that are exposed to really extreme temperatures where it's very hard for people to go about normal daily life will triple in the next few decades. The percentage, the part of the urban population exposed to those high temperatures is going to increase by 800%. 1.6 billion people around the world in cities facing temperatures that nobody should have to suffer in their normal daily life, making those places that have already got high heat or indeed high humidity that makes it very difficult to work outside are especially vulnerable. And we'll see a lot more pressure being put on all of the daily services, as well as, of course, there's a story in here of the future we don't want, of huge numbers of displaced people. We're already seeing that. One of our member cities, Dakar North, has 2,000 climate migrants coming into the city every single week now, mostly displaced from farming communities in other parts of Bangladesh. I mentioned around the impacts of extreme heat, and one of the big impacts that we see is the loss of productivity, the loss of the ability of people to work in a normal way, particularly those jobs that are focused on outside in the construction industry. In 2019, the latest year for which we've got figures, 302 billion work hours lost due to that extreme heat, and that's expected to increase by a further 10% to 2030. And even some very wealthy European countries like Spain now banning outdoor work during the week, so slowing down the economy, shutting down people's life opportunities, and particularly for people who rely on a daily wage, cutting off their means of livelihood. But here's the good news. There's always going to be good news in the C40 story. We look at the problem, but then we look at the solution. When we then measure what are the opportunities in the action that's being taken to overcome the climate crisis in our member cities, we can see, first of all, that if you put the choice between what if our cities invested in carrying on with the old polluting infrastructure, oil, gas, and coal as the basis of their economies, compared to a future where we've massively reduced the demand for energy with far better designed buildings, with clean transportation, electric vehicles, and managing our waste much better, the answer is 6 times as many jobs. There's just far more jobs in, excuse me, in turning our economies to be cleaner and greener. If I could just get a glass of water. Far more jobs in the clean and the green economy than there is in that old polluting economy, often despite what those industries will tell you. Every time you see a mayor or any political leader saying they're going to invest in renewable energy or want to shift to cleaner vehicles or a new green building code, you're going to have people who pop up and say, but we're all in favour of that, but we can't do it because it'll cost jobs. It just isn't true. There is no evidence. All the evidence is to the contrary. When we look across C40 cities, where's the biggest potential for that job creation? First and foremost, it's in the building sector, clean construction, retrofitting of existing buildings to make them better insulated, not to cope with heat, and indeed to be able to be cooled better, but also to cope with winter temperatures. Transportation, that shift to electric vehicles, but also the expansion of public transport, the expansion of cycling, making it easier to walk around cities. But actually the one that really stands out in this part of the world, and particularly in Asia and in the global south in general, is the opportunity from nature-based solutions. So investing in more green infrastructure, making cities better able to cope with extreme flooding, with sea level rise, with better tree cover to cope with heat, but also an expansion of urban farming. And indeed, I've been seeing this just yesterday. So I had immense pleasure going down to see one of the now 754, I understand, urban farms in Quezon City. And it's absolutely delightful to be there. This is a story I've been telling all around the world about how coming out of the pandemic, when Quezon City was struggling both with people losing some employment, but also being able to get food supplies to meet demand into the city, that Mayor Joy and the team at Quezon City started to support an expansion of urban agriculture, creating jobs at the same time as improving food stability. I believe now 18,000 plus jobs created. The number goes up every time I say it, so I'm sure I'm going to be corrected. But I got to meet some of the people, some of the farmers working on one of those organic urban farms yesterday, and it was such a joyful experience when you see people who've been able to take control of their own economic livelihoods, working together in a community, both to produce their own means of subsistence, their own food, but then also to create a business selling that food, and indeed also a better management of the organic waste in their communities that is now used to fertilise those farms. And I think this is one of the examples, been already nominated for a C40 award, but we'll be talking about across the world for a long time to come. And I imagine there are going to be lots of people from other C40 cities coming to see how it's done here. So one of the things when we talk to business, and we have lots of business partners in C40, from the very big global companies, the Googles, the Amazons, etc., right down to working with small and startups in individual cities, is the question of when is that climate finance really going to start flowing? When is the right moment to invest in what we know is going to be the future? And the simple answer is right now. There's no better time than now. not least when we look at even in the most difficult to transition industries. So C40 works with our 5 South African member cities, for example, all of whom at the moment largely have power based on coal, lots of jobs based in that coal industry, both in mining and in the power stations. But the mayors are trying to transition away from dirty coal power causing lots of air pollution, but doing so in a way that means the miners and all the ancillary workers in that industry won't lose their jobs, but instead will get better paid, consistent, good green jobs in the new industry. Our estimate, 80% of the jobs that inevitably are threatened in the old polluting industries, those direct jobs can be transferred into the new industries that replace them with good training. But that potential of that job creation starts to lessen with every year that we delay climate action. To create that opportunity to manage the risk, to improve the resilience and to create the job opportunity, though, we do need to redesign our cities. Most of the places around the world where people live in urban centres were designed with a model from the 20th century that thought the most important thing was to design for the car, for people to be able to get around by the car, which created big sprawling cities spreading out, taking over green space in the hinterland, and where sort of cities were zoned for people live here, people work over there. We now understand, unfortunately, it really doesn't work. We get extraordinary congestion. I've seen some of that here in Quezon City, as in so many other C40 cities. We get pollution, we get displacement, and we get exclusion, because not everybody can afford that car, the house in the suburbs. So where we're trying to really move today, and we see this right across C40 cities, is a new model of urbanisation. It's been called lots of things, but the 15-minute city is the one that's really caught on. The idea that everybody has got the right to be able to be within a 15-minute walk, a cycle, or a public transport trip of everything that makes life exciting and livable. So the school, the hospital, the workplace, shops where you can get good, healthy food, play areas where children can enjoy, parks. And we're seeing this now starting to become a reality, not just for the wealthiest neighbourhoods, but for all neighbourhoods around cities. So very much in the European cities, in Paris and Milan, which started it, but right across Latin America, the mayor of Bogota, Mayor Lopez, has got an extraordinary 15-minute city programme. In Australia, I was in China last week. The 15-minute city concept has been adopted as the means by which Shanghai, a city of 20 million people, will now expand based on expanding green space and everybody being able to walk, cycle or use public transport. And I even heard in Singapore the concept of the 2-minute city. So this is the 2-minute city for active older people, so that they're within 2 minutes of particularly of health services and shops, so that they don't need to walk any further than is strictly necessary. So I know there's a lot of friends and colleagues from business community in the audience today. Very much we think that if you're looking where to invest, you're looking where to be able to expand your businesses, then look to the cities that are taking the strongest lead on climate. Look to the C40 cities, because these are cities that are thinking very much about the future. We have strong business collaboration program across C40. It's got 3 broad approaches. First, you might see actually in my home city in London, where the mayor working with one of our philanthropic partners, Bloomberg Philanthropies, has got a program for small and medium-sized enterprises to help them be able to decarbonise their own business, to attract the investment at a small scale to meet what's an incredibly challenging target for London to be net zero this decade by 2030. Or taking a slightly different approach in Tel Aviv, where the city government has gone out to the big tech businesses that are very strong in Tel Aviv to ask them for help to bring their data, their analytical skills to help the city improve its resilience. Or in San Francisco, in California, where that very collaborative approach they have there between business and the city, they're essentially co-creating their approach to tackling climate change, business and city leaders together. So that's given you a quick burst through what's happening across the C40 cities. I think the one thing that shouldn't be in any doubt here, there's no going back. The net zero is the future. When you get the leaders of the big cities together, there are no dissenters. Everybody is absolutely clear that the future for their city is being clean and green and zero carbon. The only question is who's going to get there fastest, who's going to get there first, who's going to be the first to have a green building code, who's going to be the first to electrify their bus fleet. We know the answer for which city is going to be the first to really take urban farming, sustainable farming to the next scale, because it's here. We know which was the first city to ban single-use plastics, again, here in Quezon City. But I know Mayor Joy, when she comes to the C40 meetings, she's looking for the great ideas in the other cities that can be copied and brought back here and adapted and done better. And it's that kind of collaboration that gives me real hope for the future, in addition to the extraordinary positivity and collaboration and desire to improve this city, Quezon City, and all of the other parts of metropolitan Manila that I've experienced in the last 48 hours. It's a real pleasure to be here and very much looking to the rest of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Mark Watts. All right, I hope everyone is ready. We are about to begin with Plenary 5. Which will be divided into 3 subtopics, and each will have its own panel discussion. Now, the first subtopic will be understanding disaster and climate risks in the workplace. Mr. Mark Watts was actually setting it for all of us as we move on to the 5th plenary. And to make our 5th one and panel discussion smoother, please welcome back one of our moderators from yesterday, from day 1, anchor for One News, Professor Daniela Luz Laurel. And just in case you weren't here yesterday, allow me to talk a little bit more about our moderator. She is a finance professor, an academe, a business journalist, a TV news anchor presenter, financial markets reporter, business events host, moderator, and on-camera coach. She was awarded Best News Presenter Anchor at the 25th Asian TV Awards in 2020. She got her PhD in Management Engineering from Politecnico di Milano with 2 years spent at HEC Paris. She was formerly Assistant Professor of Finance at IESEG School of Management, where she currently maintains a visiting professor position. This is Professor Daniela Laurel, our moderator. I think she will remain standing until I bring in the panelists, so let me do that quickly. Okay, let's start it off right now with our first panelist. This is Maria Bianca D. Perez. Bianca has over a decade of experience in Philippine disaster risk management, or DRM, including work with global experts on emergency and response management, scientific risk assessments, disaster risk reduction, and resilience building. Now, as the head of DRRM office in Quezon City, she oversees the design, planning, and implementation of DRRM activities of the city with a goal in mind to build disaster resilient communities. An accredited trainer on contingency planning, public service continuity planning, and incident command system. She is also a GIS specialist and licensed environmental planner. She graduated with a BS Geography degree from the University of the Philippines and holds a master's degree in public administration and governance from the UP-NCPAG with specialization on public policy and program administration. Thank you, ladies. Next, we have Attorney Violeta Seva, Secretary General of Earthquakes and Megacities Initiative. Attorney Violeta is the General Secretary of Earthquakes and Megacities Initiative, a non-profit organization that, let me just make sure I don't... A non-profit organization that advances urban resilience through science and innovation, A lawyer and urban management professional, she has over 30 years of experience in managing the built environment, particularly Metropolitan Manila and its component local governments. Now, as a legal and institutional expert for DRR and urban resilience, she has worked internationally in megacities of Mumbai, India, Dhaka, Bangladesh, Amman, Jordan, among others. Among others, a round of applause for her, please. Next up is Vice Admiral Alexander Patino Pama, co-chair of the Board of Directors, Arise Philippines, and consultant, National Resilience Council. A warm round of applause for him, please. Vice Admiral Pama is a retired Vice Admiral of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and served as the 32nd Flag Officer in Command, Philippine Navy, so Navy Chief, prior to his retirement from the Navy in December 2012. He is also an adjunct professor at the Asian Institute of Management's Executive Master in Disaster and Crisis Management and a lecturer at the Ateneo de Manila University's Master in Disaster Risk Reduction and Resilience. Formerly, he was the Executive Director of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council and concurrently the Administrator of the Office of Civil Defense, Department of National Defense. He initiated and institutionalized the pre-disaster risk assessment action programs and protocols, a system and a process that has improved the country's approach to DRR and has significantly reduced casualties and damages from disasters. Another round of applause for him, please. And the next to join our panelists is Dr. Maria Teresita Pastor Medado, convener, Women's International Network on Disaster Risk Reduction Philippines, and president, NU Asia Pacific College. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. As the current president of Asia Pacific College, Dr. Medado has been leading the educational partnership of SM Foundation and IBM Philippines since 2017. With her expertise in educational leadership and management, she is also a vital member of the Philippine Commission on Higher Education's Technical Panel for Teacher Education and the chairman of the Technical Committee on Alternative Learning. Now, in addition to her responsibilities, she is a board member and treasurer of Arise Philippines. She was honored with the Outstanding Leadership Award for her extraordinary achievements in the field of education at the summer edition of the Education 2.0 conference held at Las Vegas last July 2023. Round of applause. We've got one more seat, and that is going to be occupied by Professor Genaro A. Quaresma, UP Resilience Institute Director for Institution Building. Let's all give him a round of applause as he makes his way to his seat. He is also a professor from the Institute of Mathematical Sciences and Physics at UP Los Baños. Our panelists are complete. Daniela, all yours.
Thank you so much, Jelly, for those extensive introductions of our extremely accomplished panelists. At this point, I do want to call on stage Yusek Nepomuceno to join us, please. We know, Yusek, you're very, very busy, and we don't want to take more of your time. He will be replacing, in the meantime, Miss Bianca, who is so kind to be joining our next panel. Thank you, Yusek. I'll introduce you kindly as you come up on stage. So, Undersecretary Ariel F. Nepomuceno is the Administrator of the Office of Civil Defense, as well as the Executive Director of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. He is a member of the Philippine Military Academy Class of 1987, magna cum laude graduate of the University of the Philippines, and holds an executive MBA from the Asian Institute of Management. A former deputy commissioner for the enforcement group of the Bureau of Customs, he is a seasoned public servant, having served in government for several years in various capacities. His fair share of private sector experience plus his government service have been instrumental in building prolific collaborations in his advocacies, strengthening communications, and advancing efficiency and efficacy in the administrative processes in all of the offices he has managed. Welcome, Yusek. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we may take our seats as we begin this discussion. Now, it's quite a challenge for me to moderate these three panels, which are all very linked to the wonderful plenary that we had today on sustainability and, of course, the futures of our cities, particularly when we're focusing on Quezon City. And what I want to achieve is to try to not overlap, but instead set the stage for what the next discussion will be and the final one. So just to preface this discussion for our audience, what we want to achieve here with all of you guys, several of you are very technical people as well, is to have a better understanding of the risks when we are thinking of not just public sector, but as well as the private sector individuals here, small, medium-sized enterprises. How can they better understand risks? How can they better assess risks? Because our next panel will then discuss practical business resiliency solutions, and our final panel will then discuss green jobs. So these will all come hand in hand. Now I will be giving you each 5 minutes, beginning with Yusek, to possibly give us your pitch. And of course, as the NDRRMC, you have many projects. But what I want you to focus on is, what are your projects related to assessment of risks, understanding risks, particularly for the private sector? Yusek.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I apologize for the swapping because at 3 p.m. I have to go to a United Nations activity. Anyway, I understand that the audience is composed of small, medium, and probably large private enterprises. So expected from us is to be relevant to your concern, especially on business continuity, if there will be disasters or calamities. But let me digress a little first. Because before you are all corporate citizens, you are first, you are all ordinary citizens first. So let me be your, ako yung mananakot sa inyo. Because I like to contextualize first your working concerns, first on what's going on right now in the entire country, because to put it bluntly, it's no longer a debate whether there is or there's no climate change. We are now living in a world where this is already being proven and experienced. Alam niyo, literally 24/7 in the entire country, the personnel of the Office of Civil Defense are working day and night, preparing, helping mitigate, responding, and working for the long-term recovery of our communities. Alam niya ng predecessor ko, si Admiral Pama, he's my mentor also. So, as I mentioned before, while we were in the northern Ilocos Norte, while we were handling the big flood that happened few months back. On the way back, we received the information that there's an earthquake in Batangas. Meanwhile, ang pinaka-pastime namin is the Mayon volcano. It was projected that it would at least, or maximum of 90 to 120 days. So we prepared for that. All the provisions were prepared to handle that. But until today, lampas na yung 4 months, we're still handling that. So what am I saying? Ano yung dapat ninyong gawin? Of course, uso na rin ngayon yung work from home. So there's a not so clear demarcation on where you could work. Pwede na yung work from home, pwede na rin yung traditional working area. So we might as well tell you on what you should do. Ngayon, pagdating kasi sa first, what are the hazards that we have to prepare for as private citizens or ordinary citizens? First, when it comes to typhoons or floods, more or less we are all Kumbaga, praktisado na tayo dyan. We are quite familiar with that. Wag lang yung the one that was commemorated last week, the Yolanda, that's different. But floods, typhoons, kumbaga ordinary sa atin yon. So, praktisado na tayo dyan. But the earthquake preparedness is something else, especially the big earthquake. The bad news is, again, I have to make everyone, especially the leaders of the enterprises, paranoid. My job is to make you paranoid. We have to enjoy our lives. But my job also is to make everyone paranoid, especially the leaders of preparedness. Si Bianca, for example, and of course, Mayor Joy, our friend. Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me here. So being the mother or father of Quezon City, our job is to make everyone paranoid. That's why perhaps we're doing this. Para huwag tayo matulog sa pansitan. Okay. Hazard of flooding, typhoons, ready na tayo dyan. Almost ready. In a rate of 1 to 10, I'll say from our experience, mga 8. Again, wag lang yung mga Yolanda type or Ondoy type. That's different. Second, when it comes to the big earthquake, 1 to 10, I don't like to create panic, but 1 to 10, maybe less than 5 pa tayo. Because we have not yet fully really prepared for that. I will explain in a different forum, or unless we're asked later on. Third, when it comes to the CBRN, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, 1 to 10, maybe less than 5 pa tayo. I don't like to say 1. Baka umuwi kayo kagad eh. Di ba? And then when it comes to tsunami, 1 to 10, maybe less than 5. Kung meron ba dito nakakalam, anong ang early warning system for tsunami, pag may umalarma ba rito, do we know what to do? Especially in the tsunami-prone area. So, isa-isang hazard yan. The bigger problem is if the situation is a multi-hazard situation. Lumindol habang umuulan at may tsunami at may landslide. So what will you do as ordinary citizens before you are corporate citizens? So that's my job. So, but all the explanations to these hazards will take at least half day perhaps. So I'll do my job because you are corporate citizens. There are 6 things that you have to consider, especially again, the leaders of the organizations, of the enterprises. One, of course, we have to have an existing contingency plan. Preferably, of course, or not preferably, dapat gawa ng mga eksperto. It should be scientific. It cannot be hunch. It cannot be tay-tay lang. There is a science behind preparations. Alam nila, professor yan. So that has to be present. Emergency plans, contingency plans, work from home, pag nangyari yan. So what do you do? Again, in relation to first surviving as a citizen, and then as a corporation, what will you do to continue your business? Second, of course, kung may plano naman kayo, you have to organize. Maraming pangalan niya, maraming pwedeng disaster control group, pwedeng disaster team, pwedeng emergency team, whatever. The point is there has to be an organization to manage the contingency plan or emergency plan. And third, you have to have the infrastructure for this. Plans are plans. But you have to have the infrastructure. Saan kayo tatakbo? Saan kayo pupunta? Baka yung pupuntahan niyo yung unang masisira. Saan mga evacuation areas? Probably, or hindi probably, dapat lahat ng mga kumpanya, organizations, meron kayong mga evacuation plan, yung mga drawing, diagram, saan kayo tatakbo, saan kayo pupunta, nasaan yung mga emergency equipment, all these things. It has to be part of an existing infrastructure. And fourth, may plano na kayo, meron na kayo infra, may organization, you have to practice. Drill, drill, drill. Drill. We have to create the muscle memory as an organization. Both as an individual and as an organization. Muscle memory. And you cannot do that isang beses lang. So problema yan ni Bianca. Ma'am Bianca is supposed to join the National Defense. But we're happy she's with Quezon City. Taga Quezon City naman ako, so okay lang. So we will help Quezon City. So you have to drill. The key is practice. Practice and practice. Create the muscle memory to the point of paranoia. And fifth, of course, you have to be updated and acquire and invest with the proper equipment, early warning system, ano yun, yung fire extinguishers, all these things. You have to invest. Huwag yung tipirin yun because you're handling lives. Properties is second, but primarily you're handling, saving lives. So you have to invest on that. And lastly, of course, nakaset up na yung 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 na yan, you have to troubleshoot periodically. Test if these things are still working. Huwag yung nag-invest kayo 10 years ago with the early warning system. Baka pag kinailangan na, it's not working. So again, given the limited time, I will not go on the different hazards. First, you have to save yourselves first before you think of saving the business. But that's the objective of today's forum. Second, pag na-save nyo na yung sarili nyo, then you have the opportunity to save your loved ones. So join all the practices, be aware, master all these things. Kung minamaster nyo nga ang accounting and finance, master how to save your lives. So that's my job, make you paranoid while enjoying your lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. And, you know, you added a dimension to the plenary discussion earlier because when I was seeing all the problems of climate change, the first thing that came to my mind was, oh no, but for us, we still have earthquakes and volcanoes to add to that mix, even before the whole climate change story, no? And I think maybe to a certain extent, we might have some level of agility because of that, diba? We're already akin to having all of these types of issues. So hopefully we can just carry that on to all the other climate-related disasters that we need to be prepared for. Now, what I wanted to focus on is what you said, less than 5, yung preparedness of earthquake, CBR, and tsunami. And maybe what we could focus on in this panel is how do we bring less than 5 to 10, right? Because that's what we want to achieve here with technology, with academia, with all the brains that we have in this panel. Let's kick off with earthquakes. When we have, of course, the Secretary General of Earthquakes and Megacities, no? Ma'am, can you give us an idea in 5 minutes of the risks of earthquakes and what have we learned, given that this is something that's completely inevitable, incredibly difficult to predict, and as mentioned, very infrastructure related?
Thank you. Magandang hapon po. Hello, good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. I'm pleased to be here to share with you what the Quezon City government in collaboration with the Earthquakes and Megacities Initiative, or EMI for short, has done for the city in terms of preparing an updated climate and disaster risk assessment. Ito pong study na ito ay ginawa namin ng 1 taon, and this culminated or this finished in December of 2022. So ang topic po natin is understanding risk. This is a mini booklet that incorporates the findings of that study. So dito po natin makikita kung ano yung impact of a 7.2 magnitude earthquake na mangyayari sa Quezon City. It also includes yung impact of a 100-year flood scenario that can take place in Quezon City, and also landslide risks. Kasi may mga areas din tayo sa Quezon City that are prone to landslides. And finally, the impact of climate change. So, ang sabi ni Yusek kanina, tatakutin ko kayo, no? Tatakutin namin kayo. Let me give you the figures, no? By the way, this study is the latest and very specific to Quezon City. It's 100 meters by 100 meters, and this is 1:10,000, which is really very high resolution maps compared to the GMMA RAP that was undertaken by the national government and DRIMC together with Australian government support, which is metro level po yon. So medyo mas maganda po yung talagang specific to street level, barangay level, Quezon City level. So yun po yung advantage of this study. Marami pong mga technical reports po ito, but it may be difficult for you to digest or absorb the scientific terminologies that are used by our scientists when they do risk assessments. But fortunately, our Quezon City government has produced mini booklets, flyers, and also videos that you can watch from their website. So mamaya tatanungin ko sa inyo, nakita nyo na ba ito o narinig na ninyo ito? Maaring hindi pa kasi katatapos lang ho. Very fresh, and we utilized 2022 building data, for instance, of Quezon City. Pag gumagawa ho ng risk assessment, napakahirap pong gawin sapagkat kailangan mangolekta ng pinaka-latest na information. Kunyari, itong building mo, what is it made of, ilang taon nakatira dyan, and all that stuff. All right? So, let me just give you an idea of the impact of a major magnitude 7.2 earthquake in Quezon City. It will experience 12,000 deaths. Isipin niyo po yun. 12,000 deaths, 104 residents with slight injuries, 41,000 requiring hospitalization. Where will you bring these 41,000 people? Kakaunti lang po hospital dyan. So, isipin natin, saan natin dadalahin yung ating anak or kasama sa trabaho pag nasugatan. All right? For displaced population, 1.5 million might be displaced from their homes. Saan natin sila patutulugin? Sa matutulog na lang yan sa kalsada, di ba? But we should be able to provide at least temporary shelter for them. And in the medium term, saan natin sila patitirahin? The long term, saan natin i-house ang residents of Quezon City in safer locations and more sturdy structures. Building damage, 48% of existing floor area in the city is expected to suffer extensive to complete damage, including building collapse. I'm not going to talk about the other hazards like floods. Siyempre, alam nyo na kung ano yung mga flood-prone areas, but kailangan hong malaman ninyo anong i-expect pag nagkaroon ng 100-year flood. Pag nangyari yon, maybe Malaondoy. Quezon City experienced great difficulties when there was Typhoon Ondoy. All right, but what is the Quezon City government doing for Quezon City residents? They conduct risk assessments and contingency planning. Actually, medyo nangunguna po ang Quezon City pagdating dito sa mga scientific studies na ito. And also, number 2, providing the risk information to the public. So, kailangan din may demand po manggaling sa inyo. Huwag niyong intayin na si Bianca maglalabas ng information. Diyan kayo mismo, you go out and seek out that information from the Quezon City government staff. They ensure that their armed plans are responsive to the communities. They conduct earthquake drills, training programs, and readiness for search and rescue, provision of medical services in the event of major disasters. How can residents, including those from the business sector, prepare for earthquakes? Before an earthquake, number 1, repair, reinforce, retrofit homes and office buildings. Ito medyo hindi ho natin ito binibigyan ng pansin. Our government, they're looking at strengthening critical facilities. Bridges, baka maaaring mag-collapse kasi lumang-luma na yan. Yung ospital, of course, they're addressing all of this government infrastructure. But when it comes to our private residences, our workplace, wala po tayong pangkalawakang programa dyan. That's why this is now a new advocacy for me to strengthen our homes and workplaces. Do you know that there are about 15 million structures, residences that are substandard? Na walang programa po tayo dyan. So I hope Quezon City will spearhead this particular issue na ma-address natin so that we know that even while at home, working, work from home, safe po tayo. No? Number 2, just simple tips. Hindi lang po yung structural integrity ng ating bahay ang titignan. Siguro, kung engineer dyan, may building permit po tayo, may occupancy permit, okay na po tayo dyan. But, the non-structural part of it, mga cabinet, yung ating mga paintings na nakadikit sa wall, maaaring yun ang pumatay sa atin. That's why we really have to introduce small measures like strapping this heavy equipment or heavy furnitures in the house. Develop your family preparedness plan or your workplace evacuation plan. Nabanggit na yun ni Yusek kanina. During an earthquake, duct cover and hold, alam na natin yan. But, you know, kung may drill, wala, tinatawanan lang natin eh. But do you know that in other countries, automatic na po yun. Pagka kunyari, dito nagkaroon ng earthquake, pag nasa Los Angeles kayo, diretso na sa ilalim ng lamesa ang lahat ng tao, and then after a while, they evacuate the building or the room na walang panic. Alam na po nila yan. And then after an earthquake, also, we immediately attend to the needs, personal needs of our family members or co-workers kung may nasugatan. And then assess the damage, seek safe shelter. And then finally, continue to follow your emergency or disaster preparedness plans. So, yun lamang po siguro ang aking maibabahagi. But again, our topic is understanding risk. So how do we learn or how do we get knowledge about our risks? Number 1, let us approach our city government. The dream of people and the other officials of Quezon City should know the results of the disaster and climate risk assessment by heart para maituro po natin yan sa ating mga Quezon City residents. Number 2, we have our national government. We have our academia, UP Resilience Institute. EMI is open to collaboration as well. And also ARISE. Meron po silang mga programa na makakatulong po sa inyo. I see Butch Mailey, he also, PDRF, they also have a lot of programs that can aid or help the business community.
Thank you
Maraming
so
salamat.
much, ma'am, for that. That was very informative. And like you mentioned, the research actually has been done and exists, no? So it's a matter of understanding it and hopefully having that not just for QC, but also for all the other LGUs, no? To that end, for our next panelists to discuss, and you're of course in the National Resilience Council, sir, no? And you mentioned you worked with USEC earlier before. Are there regulations by the government? Because we were mentioning that 15 million structures are not, how do you say it, resilient enough, are substandard. Is there a way to check this? Is there, penalties for this? Is there a way to encourage people to quickly, invest in more resilient structures?
Thank you very much. Mukhang naambos ako dun. Anyway, first of all, I just would like to thank Mayor Belmonte and Bianca for giving me the opportunity to be here with you this afternoon. Maraming salamat po sa pag-imbita sa amin, and I'm here in behalf of Arise Philippines. Anyway, be that as it may, maybe the question that you raised, the short answer is yes. There are a lot of policies, there are a lot of regulations, and then there are a lot of requirements that are done. In fact, local governments know that because aside from the policies and the regulations that they have, may kaakibat po ito mga penalties and fines from those that are not being followed. But on the basis of that, I just would like to go to the fundamentals muna, no? To be able to express, to explain what basically is disaster risk, if you don't mind, and climate risk for that matter. And I would like to do that kasi sanay po tayo na everybody gets to have his own definition, iba-ibang pagkakaintindi. And by the way, no, one other danger now is the emergence of the artificial intelligence. Pag sinabi mong ano ba to, a lot of people goes to chat AGPT, and everybody now gets to have his own interpretation what it is. So usually when I talk, I make it a point that we go to the conventions relative to insofar as definitions are concerned. I know some of you know this already, or most of you know this, but we just put it in the proper context. Let me define disaster risk and climate risk. This is based from UNDRR, dahil yun ho yung Biblia namin sa Arise. And we always look at disaster risk as the result of complex interactions between development processes that generate conditions of exposure, vulnerability, and hazard. Ibig sabihin, when we talk of disaster risk, it is considered a combination of the severity and frequency of a hazard and the number of people and assets that are exposed to the hazard and its vulnerability. So ibig sabihin, malinaw tayo na it is not the hazard that affects us, but it is the risk na dala ng hazard. So on the basis of that, alam naman natin ngayon, ang uso na naman ngayon is climate change. Hindi lang uso, but the emergence of climate change, it brings with it hydrometeorological hazards na wherein the risk has already been compounded. I-extrapolate natin to, geometric ang naging epekto ng risk sa atin when we talk of climate change. So on the basis of that, ang nangyayari, climate change, it brings a lot more hazards. And by the way, when we talk of risks, there are two kinds of risk. One thing we call the intensive risk, wherein the disaster risk is associated with low probability and high impact. A clear example of this, Haiyan, or Yolanda, and then yung Ruby, and other. Alam na alam ng NDRRMC ito dahil pag sinabi na medyo malakas na yan, iba na yung usapan. And then we have the extensive risk na tinatawag, wherein there is higher probability of it happening, but the impact is a bit lower. With the advent of climate risk, there is now a gray line, whether it's an intensive or extensive. Nagkakahalo-halo na eh. That's why the need for what we call a risk assessment now becomes imperative. Kahit umpisa pa lang yan, tingin natin, mahina lang yan, hangin lang yan. Pero nakikita natin, ang nangyayari, hangin nga lang, pero hinila niya ng husto si habagat, which affected a lot of flooding, landslides, and everything. So this is the combination, and this is the complexity now of climate change and hazards, and disaster risk. Now, how do we mitigate the effects of this? Mamadaliin ko na lang po, 4 minutes na ako eh. So what we basically do is, we do what even OCD is doing now. We started out with the pre-disaster risk assessment. And tumatango si Bianca because even at the lower level, at the local government units, they are already doing this. And because of their iRise and the PDRA, they just won the Galing Pook Awards na konting advertising. Anyway, on the basis of that, we now have what we call in our risk assessment, a hazard-specific, area-focused, and time-bound. Ginagawa po ito ng OCD, and then this is cascaded down, that this is the risk that we face in this kind of a hazard. So on the basis of that, it goes all the way down to the local government units. But, eto ngayon sa ating topic this afternoon, what about the workplace? Because even when you say, Quezon City has given you a risk assessment, iba po yung risk doon sa Diliman, kesa dito sa dito sa may area naman nga rin natatalon. So at the local level, if you have a business, let's say for example, in Cubao, you do not have the same risk as they have in Tatalon or Diliman. So you have to make your own PDRA or risk assessment in your areas. So on the basis of that, there are three, no? You make your own PDRA. Itong binigay, yung pinakita ni Attorney Seba a while ago, this is one good input in your risk assessment. Because sabi nga, walang isang template na resulta ng risk assessment eh. Hazards come in different forms. The exposure of the people come in different forms, as well as the vulnerability of the people. Iba yung vulnerability ng mga taga Blue Ridge kaysa taga Tetalon. Iba-iba yan. So you have to make a very good risk assessment. So what do we do about this? There are 3 or 4 essentials for us to be able to address disaster and climate risk in your workplace. Mahilig ka being 1, 2, 3, 4 eh. The first, people. People needs to be educated and informed. As a case, konting advertisement, in SM, what we do, our people are educated insofar as disasters are concerned. So yung mga sales lady namin sa mga malls, they've gone through what we call a DRR 101. Kahit paano naiintindihan nila yung tinatawag nating disaster risk reduction. And then, number 2, systems. Your company or your corporation need to have the systems, all the way from the policies that you have. Like, for example, in SM, we have our disaster risk and resilience policy. And this policy is translated all the way down. Hindi malayo ito sa sinabi kanina ni Yusek Nep, na these things should be translated into something that are doable. And the systems does not only include yung pagkakaintindi, because that also includes yung SOPs. Even training our people for incident command system is a must. Para pagdating ng mga responders from Quezon City, nagkakaintindihan na yung mga tao natin. So it's just a matter of turning it over. And the third is the infrastructure. No matter how informed your people are, no matter how good your policies are, if your buildings do not conform to the environment wherein the risks, pag hindi nagtutugma yan, may problema pa rin tayo. Pareho nung sinabi kanina ni Attorney Seba, pag ang building natin medyo may problema, pag tama ng earthquake, sira pa rin. So these are the 3 important things. And of course, these 3 would need investments. Hindi pwedeng memorize lang yan. The owners will need to invest on this. And ang importante din to, we need networking. We need to network and we need to coordinate with the local government units. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much for that. I think that was, that was a whole paper to be written, sir. All right, let's also ask the opinion of Dr. Tata Medado. She is, of course, part of the WIN-DRR PH. And what I wanted to ask you, Doctora, is to give us an update on the technologies that we have, the level of preparedness we have when it comes to using the new technologies. Have we gone far in that? You are doing research as an academic there, and you've implemented that. Give us an idea of how much that has assisted us in being able to be prepared for disasters.
Okay, I'm going to, good afternoon everyone, but I'm going to take a different shift actually to your question, because it's really not the technology that will save us. I think everyone here will agree that technology is a tool, of course, but essentially, I have the bigger responsibility of saving the planet through the people we teach and the people we learn in the academic sector, and that's what I represent today. Indeed, we are a technology, we invested highly in technology. Our school, as you know, was created because of the risk. We are living in a risk, actually. In 1991, when SM and IBM created us, we were supposed to confront the disruption in both technology and environment, and that is the reason for being of Asia Pacific College, and that's the reason why I'll shift a little bit about the bigger responsibility of people saving the planet or people saving the workforce in the future or in the very, very near future. How do we do that? You know very well that academia is about research. It's about applied research more particularly. And I share with UP as well that I guess what we might call the playground for resiliency, the playground for disaster mitigation, the playground for saving lives is really in school. Unfortunately, there's not much time because, as everybody is saying, we have less, you cannot save the world and tell yourself that it will save it 5 years from now. As the earlier speaker said, no, it's not going to happen, okay? But it has to happen tomorrow. So we keep these little experiments, and I'd like to really venture into one little experiment, but I think it's going to save the world, okay? Our students are honed into project-based learning, and therefore one of the bigger experiments on climate is about energy conservation. It's very important. Why? Because it's actually the basis for living. Okay? It's actually the basis for saving energy and making sure you have something for tomorrow. Okay? And of course, all of this mitigation, yes, it will happen, but this is not about mitigation. This is preparing the people who will do it. Okay? So we have this little experiment, small, but we have been able to use technology to track energy conservation measures of Asia Pacific College. We've managed to put sub-meters in the different appliances across the school. And we are on a day-to-day basis tracking this by the data it collects. So every day, our students will see in every floor a big LCD that tracks the utilization of energy across the floors, okay? So we found out things like, this floor and this particular department spends more energy because they come to school 6 o'clock in the morning, okay? We found these little things. We found out that some of the classrooms don't even use air conditioning. Why? They love the air. They love ambient air. They love ambient light. So these are the things that we learn from because of data. Okay? Data comes from technology, but if all of us will be conscious enough to gather this data and interpret them, show them to people, and so that every day they pass by, it's education everywhere. We're no longer teaching them. They are the ones, data is teaching us. It's real data. It's something that you live by, you live with, and you resolve problems with. That is real education. And I think, because there's not much time, and I think this really comes into play when we say preparing people, okay? These are the people that will save the workplace of tomorrow. They are the ones that's conscious about the use of technology, and the use of technology is getting to know and understand what it means when data collapse, when data tells you there is danger, when data tells you that, look, for some reason or another, we can predict what's going to happen the next month. So AI and IoT, all right, has been an indispensable tool, not only for getting data, but in the formation of the minds of people, knowing that they know, knowing that they can solve things, knowing that the future workplace that they will lead is data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now hold those thoughts. At this point, we would just like to say thank you to Yusek Nepomuceno for joining us. I know that you have another meeting to catch. So once again, thank you so much, Yusek, for your thoughts. A round of applause, please, for him. Thank you, sir. All right, so we will move on, of course, to yet another professor and academic who also happens to be sitting in Resiliency Council now. Maybe because we only have 5 minutes left and that's just enough for you, you could focus on, I know it's difficult, but maybe taking from what they've said, which has a lot to do with data, understanding, more studies, more knowledge, maybe move it a little bit towards the most basic applications, the low-hanging fruit that our audience here can have when it comes to better understanding, because that's our topic. What can they do proactively to better understand, better assess the risks at hand, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much, Danielle. And before I begin, I would like to thank Mayor Joy and Bianca for inviting UP Resilience Institute to be part of this. And I'm here on behalf of my Executive Director, Mahar Lagmay. So earlier, Yusek Nepomuceno was talking or was saying that we are prepared only for flooding with a score of 8 or lower, and for other hazards, 5 or lower. And that is because we're not prepared for the bigger risks or the bigger hazards. Now, we all know that the Philippines ranked #1 in the World Risk Index of 2022. And we expect that we will be in the top 3 for the coming decades, primarily because the Philippines is in the Pacific typhoon belt. And climate scientists all agree that global warming will cause typhoons to intensify, delivering more rains, stronger winds, bigger storm surges. And we all know that this would impact our communities and businesses. And also scientists agree that these high-impact events will become more frequent. So if our preparedness is at 8.0, then we have to prepare more. Now, how can we do this? We have to anticipate these bigger events. And we can do this if we will make use of what we call in UPRI or in the scientific community the multi-scenario climate-adjusted risk assessment, or what we refer to as probabilistic risk assessment. Now, this approach is actually advocated by the UNDRR and also reflected in the Philippine Development Plans of 2017 to 2022 and 2023 to 2028. And also the Climate Change Commission, which adopted the CCC Resolution 2019-001, mandates the use of this probabilistic risk assessment as an approach for assessing our different risks, especially our natural hazards, and more specifically, our hydrometeorological hazards. Now, sad to say, this method is not implemented nationwide on the larger scale. There are only a few local government units who use this probabilistic risk assessment. And I would like to inform everybody that Quezon City is one of them that implements PRA, because we have a project with Quezon City and we are using the probabilistic risk assessment. Now, we must learn our mistakes from the past disasters. Now, usually what happens is if we have a bigger typhoon like what happened in Yolanda, or massive flooding like what happened during Ondoy, karamihan na sinasabi, ngayon lang nangyari ito. We haven't experienced this in the past. And that is because we failed to anticipate the impact of these scenarios. Now, if we use this probabilistic climate risk assessment, we can anticipate these bigger scenarios. Now, for instance, we at the UP Resilience Institute implements the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recommended RCPs, or representative concentration pathways, from 2.0 to 8.5, based on a 5, 25, 50, 75, and 100-year rain return period. And for each of these scenarios, we develop a high-resolution hazard map. Ma'am, that's the 1:10,000, the 100 by 100 meters. And this hazard map should be made available to everyone, because we advocate open data, or the open data policy. Now, especially for our businesses, you can refer to these hazard maps. As General Pama was saying earlier, that the hazard in Diliman is different from that in let's say, Payatas or in Cubao. So you can prepare accordingly based on these hazard maps. Now, unfortunately, Yusek Nepomuceno was saying earlier that time will come that these hazards will come not only in tandem, but they will come sabay-sabay. And we refer to this as complex hazards. Now, the unfortunate thing is we still don't have the model to assess our risks when these complex hazards will happen. And that's a very, very big challenge for us. Lumindol habang bumabagyo at bumabaha sa gitna ng pandemic. Aray ko po. How will the Quezon City government manage our evacuees if you have to maintain that physical distancing standard? Kulang ang ating mga evacuation centers. So, sakit yon, Ma'am Bianca, paghandaan mo yun. So anyway, now, technology. Quezon City is already in the process of implementing the IoTs for their different sensors, especially for flooding and for the atmosphere. And I hope that our local businesses will make use of the data coming from all of these IoTs, and the data should be made available to the public, especially to our business sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I will take one question from the floor. Not a lot of time, unfortunately. One question from the floor. Yes. Yes, sir. In white.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Ako po si Brother Gilbert Vito Bosea from Pro-Life Philippines Foundation, tsaka po ng Young Franciscan Advocates. So the Young Franciscan Advocate is mostly about, we're taking a program po regarding dito sa mga Laudato Si movement. And we are also stakeholders and prime promoters po pagdating sa mga resilience, advocacies, and all that regarding po sa mga green and environmental. Kasi St. Francis is the ng kalikasan. Anyway, the question is, I'm from St. Ignatius, so Barangay St. Ignatius in Quezon City, particularly in District 3, is one of the most affected kapag nagkaroon po ng, what was that? Yung pag nagkaroon po ng point, yung dash, yung pag sorry, biglang nawala sa isip ko. Yung
Earthquake?
Yung pag nagkaroon ng earthquake and then suddenly magkakaroon ng
Aftershock? Tremor?
nawala sa isip ko. Anyway, the question, fault line.
Fault
Sorry.
line, okay.
Ba, hindi po sa lahat, bigla akong kinabahan, lumiwanag. Anyway, St. Ignatius is one of the affected pagdating doon sa fault line. And nagkaroon po ng maraming pagkakataon sa Barangay St. Ignatius ng mga, disaster risk management and all that. But unfortunately, we are among those people na we are not aware talaga kung saan pupunla, kapag kunyaring nataranta ang lahat. Kasi the evacuation center that we have only is among the Fordham, near White Plains, which is close kung tutuusin. And then suddenly, yung place namin kasi talagang literally pataas, 'di ba? And then pag kunyari, even yung house po is like for example, yung house po namin is parang it was built 1970s. So minsan may mga nung nagkakaroon ng mga renovation, we see sa floor na may biyak na din. I don't know kung aware to, kaya nga yung Barangay St. Ignatius isa sa mga dinemolish and then binilled up na naman again. And then minsan we never had a chance, of course, to ask. This is the first time na ma-ask. Ano yung pwedeng gawin sa mga pagkakataon na, may nakikita kang ganito, and then you would ask the barangay officials na to try to consider this, or the NDR, RMC, to look forward na magkaroon ng ganitong bagay na yung magkakaroon ng checking, including the city ordinance or the city officials, na tignan yung mga biyak-biyak na mga bato. And then suddenly, parang wala namang nangyayari. Tapos, how can you better understand in a place na affected na mga fault line o kaya ng mga dinadaanan ng mga baha, where in fact, hindi ka naman talaga mostly always involved kasi from the barangay level only, mostly the barangay officials only attending those seminars from the city hall. So I'm just wondering how o kaya for example for a seminar yan na hindi naman umuwi sa bahay, tas magugulat ka na lang yung mga family mo, they are not that safe because they were in the St. Ignatius and then you're in Manila, you were in the seminary, safer place. And then how can we better understand na talagang gaano katutok yung mga ganitong committee to take advantage of this kind of long round discussion and the pulpit to more engage.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think I will save that for our next panel, if that's okay with you, because we have Bianca, who is probably the better place to answer that, no, for a specific. And of course, you have Mayor here that's probably going to discuss with the barangay chair in St. Ignatius, sir. I'll save your question for later. All right, at this point, unfortunately, we have run out of time, but thank you very, very much for your incisive comments and, of course, your 5-minute presentations that have given a lot of insights to our business leaders in QC. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We shall now have a photo opportunity with our moderator and panelists.
All right, I will go straight to our next group of panelists. We will be welcoming back Miss Bianca on stage. I don't think she needs another introduction, but we are very, very grateful to have you here, of course. She has painstakingly organized this conference. So Miss Bianca will be our first panelist in our next subtopic, which is business continuity and resilience in the workplace. Up next, representing Dr. Gwendolyn Pang, who is the Secretary General of the Philippine National Red Cross National Headquarters. We have with us Criselda Longa. She's the Manager, Disaster Management Services of the Philippine National Red Cross National Headquarters. Our next panelist, we have with us Mr. Rene Butch Mayley, who is the President of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation. This is a private sector disaster management organization that includes major business groups. PLDT, his parent company, received the 2016 Prince of Wales Business and Community UPS International Disaster Relief Prize for their work mobilizing PDRF during the Super Typhoon Haiyan. He also heads Idea Space, a technology accelerator for early stage startups, and QBO Innovation Hub, which is a public-private partnership to mentor startups. Previously, Butch was the first Vice President and Special Assistant to PLDT's Chairman and President of PLDT Smart Foundation. Welcome, Sir Butch. We also have with us Attorney Mark Dale Diamond Peral, who is a lawyer and civil engineer. Lots of fans, sir. He is also the chairman of the Infrastructure Committee from 2023 to present. He is the city engineer of Quezon City's Department of Engineering. Previously, he was the officer in charge of the Zoning Administration Unit, chairman of the Bids and Awards Committee for Infrastructure and Consulting Services, as well as administrator for the Quezon Memorial Circle, officer in charge of the Department of Building Official, and the co-vice chairperson of the Ease of Doing Business and Automation Task Force. Welcome, sir. And completing our panel, we have with us Martin T. Aguda, Jr. CM. He is a board member, director in charge of the Disaster Resilience Committee, Safety Organization of the Philippines. He is a safety, emergency, and crisis management professional with extensive experience in both the private sector and community-based disaster risk reduction efforts. He was conferred as a certified emergency manager by the International Association of Emergency Managers in the United States, making him the only current CEM in the country. He has finished the Strategic Disaster Risk and Leadership Management Program from the AIM. Currently, he serves as a board of trustee of the Safety Organization of the Philippines Incorporated and holds the position of director of its Disaster Resilience Division. Welcome, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated as we kick off the second, which I would like to just extend from the previous discussion. So we're moving from, I think it was very, very fitting and informative, the way that what we have now, we actually have information, we have enough data, we have technology that does exist. There are contingency plans in place. There are regulations from the national government which simply need to be implemented, right? So we've actually, of course, there are still many, many risks on the table. We don't have this complex hazard analysis. We haven't gotten that far yet, but we do have multi-scenario risk assessments that's already being used in Quezon City. So we have use cases. The only issue is how can we extend these use cases? How can we make it standard, right? So how can we make it the norm and not just an exception for specific areas, for specific LGUs? So at this point, I'll give you the opportunity to have 5 minutes each on focusing on what I think our plenary and our keynote speaker mentioned is the co-creating approach wherein business leaders and cities, and in this case, government, get together to implement all of those tools we have in their daily operations, okay? So let's kick off with Ms. Bianca. I know you were supposed to be in the first panel, but of course you can maybe answer also maybe quickly the question earlier on, no? Which is, how can we, as Quezon City LGU, do the checks and balances maybe? How is this a practical task? Can you give an example of how you are doing this on a daily basis, ensuring that everyone gets the information that they need, and spearheading this co-creation approach?
Okay, so ultimately, we have to understand first that disaster risk reduction and management is a collaborative effort, not just from the government, but from the community and from the private sector. So we cannot do this alone. Like all our initiatives for DRRM, for ensuring safety, for building resilience in our communities, we need your help also. So in ensuring, for example, the question earlier to address na lang po, how do they know what their risks are? So we have in the city government, we have the iRise Up program, wherein you can access the iriseup.ph. It's a web app, and it is actually an accessible website that you can access, wherein you can see what hazards, particularly hydromet hazards, you have in your area. You can also reach georisk.ph, wherein you can identify where your locations are and assess what your current hazards are. So these tools are available for the community already. So at your end, how can you help the local government and how can we help you? First is you have to organize yourself. Okay? So organize yourself, then assess your hazards. So you have to know what the level of disaster risk you have. As was discussed earlier, disaster risk, it is a component of many factors. It's not just the hazard. It's not just the threat. Okay? Disaster is preventable if you do not have assets that are exposed, if you do not have assets that are vulnerable, if you have enough coping capacity, if the hazards are not existing. Okay? So you have to understand where you are in that aspect. As a business, as an individual, as part of the corporate sector, what are your hazards? What are the threats in your area? You have to know that. And then what is the extent and magnitude of these hazards once it manifests? Like for example, there is a threat of fire in your business. Like for example, you are in the garment industry. Fire is a very high risk incident that may happen to your sector. So what is if that hazard manifests, what is the extent and magnitude, or what is the impact it would have on your business? Okay, you have to identify how many of your employees are exposed, understand how that would impact your business if that hazard manifests, and from that understanding, you can now prioritize, because that is how we are also doing it in the city government. First, we organize ourselves. We establish our Quezon City Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office. We organize the Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, and then we understood our risk. Okay, and then after understanding our risk, we now know like what hazards we have, what the extent of these hazards would result to if they manifest into a disaster. We know now the vulnerability and the coping capacity of our barangays. We now know also the challenges that we have when it comes to the private sector or the businesses. Hindi pa lahat nararating ng information that we have. We understand these challenges. Now, from there, we now prioritize. Where do we now put our investments in? Okay, so we categorize our programs into 4 thematic areas. That is also according to the National Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and Management. So first, there is disaster prevention and mitigation. How do we prevent and mitigate disasters? Maybe the hazards can be reduced or mitigated. Maybe flooding can be reduced. Maybe if there is an instance that we can move locations, we can have exposed assets move away from hazards. That's also disaster prevention mitigation. We also have disaster preparedness. How do we prepare if we are already accept that the hazard we cannot remove from we cannot remove ourselves from our exposure from the hazard? So what are the things that we're doing to prepare for it? So that's disaster preparedness. Disaster response. So what happens already if that hazard manifests into an emergency, into an incident? So what should we do? Should we organize our disaster action teams? Who are the people that we have to capacitate? What are the equipment that we have to stockpile on? So that's under disaster response. And lastly, disaster recovery and rehabilitation. How do we make sure that once the communities or the businesses are affected after a disaster, they're able to bounce forward together with the rest of the community? So it's not just recovery in terms of for the sake of recovery, okay na kapag nagkasunog, kapag nagkalindol, kapag natayo na yung bahay, okay na. It's not just that, but how can we ensure that we're already better than before and we are already moving forward? Okay, so for businesses, you can also do those 4 thematic areas. Program your initiatives according to the 4 disaster prevention mitigation, disaster preparedness, how do you respond, and disaster recovery and rehabilitation. But there is also 6 impact areas that businesses can look at, and also public sector organizations. So to summarize, because mahilig kami sa mga pag-enumerate, just like the first panelist, we have 6 impact areas. The 6 impact areas can be summarized to 5 P's and ICT. The first P is people. Look at your people. What hazards are your people exposed to? What are they capable of? What are they aware of? Do they know the threats that you have or the hazards that you have in your business? Second P is your place or your facility. Where is your business? Meron bang hazards na incur because of the location of your business? Third is processes. What are the processes in place? What are the policies in place that you have in your business? Are they protected against any disruption? Sino yung mga process owners? Are your process owners aware of the full process? So, are there interventions to protect your processes in case of disruptions or in case of disasters? Fourth P is partners, okay? Partners are your supply chain. So it's not just your business alone. It's not just your own community, but look at your supply chain. Where do you rely on? Sino yung mga kanino kayo nagde-depend? What are your interdependencies and your interoperabilities? So that's your fourth P. Fifth P is the public. Public pertains to your clients, okay? So how does your hazard reflect, how does the risk that you have in your business reflect on your clients? Do your clients know about it? Are your clients protected once this disaster happens? Okay, so that's the fifth P. The sixth is ICT. Wala siyang P, but it's the sixth impact area. Your information communication technology. Okay, so these six impact areas you can focus on when you organize yourself and see where your disaster risks lie for these impact areas, because these six impact areas would affect your on how you conduct your business and would be heavily and should be heavily protected against disruptions. So the city government focuses on the six impact areas as well as the four thematic areas on how we conduct our programs, projects, and activities for DRRM. If you need more information, there are tools available, iriseup.ph. You can also have it at grist.gov.ph. You can locate your business and assess what your hazards are in those locations. So,
Thank you so much. So it exists na pala to answer your question. You simply have to go online and you will understand immediately the level. And for more information, of course, you can go to the city government. Let's move on to Ms. Criselda Longa, who is representing the Red Cross. Of course, we very well know the work that your organization does. It's always front and center during any form of crisis. But to what extent do you coordinate with businesses? How can businesses approach you? What type of programs are there available for them to tap on your services and understand better how you can work together?
First of all, thank you for the city government of the Quezon City by inviting the Philippine Red Cross. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Dr. Gwendolyn Pang, the Secretary General of the Philippine Red Cross. So yes, the Philippine Red Cross is very engaged in what we call the PPP, or Public-Private Partnership, on which we aim to ensure that the Philippine Red Cross is supporting what we call the disaster risk reduction and resilience approach, on which we complement the aim or goal of the government itself. Several programs of the Philippine Red Cross promotes not only, we know that Philippine Red Cross says that it is purely for blood, but nevertheless, the disaster management program or the whole resilience disaster risk reduction program of the Philippine Red Cross cover multiple sector. Number one is, as mentioned, disaster management service. So in disaster management service, as mentioned by Ma'am Bianca, we will not just act during the disaster impact, but rather provide more intervention proactively. Doing disaster preparedness activity, doing more prevention and mitigation program, ensuring that we have an organized team, not only in the community, not only in the school, but also in the workplaces, what we call the Red Cross 143. We must ensure that we recruit them, we organize them, we train them, and we mobilize them regularly. Number two is, under the disaster response, multi-sectorally, the Philippine Red Cross provide several programs. We do provide health services, by ensuring that health promotion activities is being provided to vulnerable individuals, by providing medical support, and also by providing several kits to those in need. Second is safety programs. We must ensure that each of the individual are away from the possible injuries and casualties. So our safety program ensures that on those communities and on those workplaces, there should be an organized first aid team. So we must ensure that every businesses, every workplaces, we have a first aid team that we must ensure that they are trained and ensure that they are practicing those training program for them to act immediately if there will be a situation or if there will be an incident. And then also we have what we call the welfare program. Welfare program focuses to the most vulnerable, but what we can do now in terms of climate resilience or climate action is what we call circular economy, on which we must implement program ensuring that what resources we have, we must reuse it and refurbish it for future utilization or activities. And also, we have also this kind of program, what we call volunteer service and Red Cross Youth. So as mentioned, each of the program of the PRC, we must ensure that we have a group of volunteers. We must train them and mobilize them. And as mentioned, these are some of the programs that we can provide and support to different businesses. And in addition to that, maybe just returning to the topic of business continuity plan, this is part of the disaster preparedness program on which it's like a contingency plan on which, as mentioned by Ma'am Bianca, we need to identify the risk and then identify some processes and guidelines that we can apply in our organization or in our institution. One of the key learnings of the Philippine Red Cross in doing business continuity plan is, one is you already have your team, organized team for emergency situation, but in terms of management level, you must identify your second in command, your alternate person, because in case of disaster, we don't know what will happen. So that is very essential. In addition to that, technology is there already. We can utilize technology during disaster or during an event or situation. But what if technology is not available? So in PRC, what we do is we always ensure that there's an available printed copy on processes and flows, printed copy of directories and everything. So if there will be a disaster, we can get that document, utilize it for immediate use. And in addition to that, technology comes in not only for our usual communication activities. Philippine Red Cross must ensure that we are prepared. We have this kind of technology that what we call, as mentioned by Ma'am Bianca, the ICT. We have also this kind of satellite phones, satellite internet. If there will be a big major disaster or even a small disaster that made landfall in one of the areas, we can immediately utilize this satellite phone, satellite internet to communicate and provide immediate information to the head offices or even internationally. So if there will be a need for intervention, we can send out immediately because there's an available communication that can support immediate action. And as one also of the learning on which PRC is always utilized is ensuring that we have that kind of peace also. We call it 4 Ps. It's for the Philippine Red Cross, we call it predict, plan, prepare, and practice. So it's like an enumeration of what we can do. Predict, you identify your hazard. Plan, you plan out what is the activities or set of actions you need to do. Predict, plan, prepare, you must identify what resources is needed in every situation that you are identified. And practice, we must ensure that we simulate, we attend exercises, because this kind of activity is just only once a year, twice a year, but during a simulation activities, you engage your workforce, you engage your management in every activities, what will be happening in future, in now and in future. So I think that's all from the learnings of the Philippine Red Cross and some programs that we can promote to the businesses. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's quite daunting to me that this all exists. And I wonder how many of us have actually tapped that resource, because in my own workplace, I wish we had this amount of trainings that you're saying that exists. So it's really much more communication is needed, to tap on the resources that are already there. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. All right, let's move on to Butch Meili, which is very interesting to me. We were talking about this earlier on. No? It's a corporate nonprofit helping out the country basically during disasters. What exactly is the onus of this specific group? How does it differ from what the Philippine Red Cross is doing, for instance? How do you coordinate? What is your your purpose of being, and how can you collaborate with institutions that are here?
Sure. Daniela, the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation was started after Ondoy in 2009. I'm sure many of you remember Ondoy because many of the streets that we walk around today were completely flooded. And the president at the time, President Macapagal Arroyo, asked for a public-private sector partnership. And the result was PDRF. Our co-chairs are my boss, Manny Pangilinan, Jaime Augusto Zobel de Ayala, and Cardinal Tagle. It consists of many of the big companies and small companies in the country. Now, last week I was in Tacloban for the 10th anniversary of Yolanda. I remember when I first came to Tacloban 10 years ago, there were body bags all over the street. There were people chasing trucks, asking for food. There were signs saying, 30 patay, paki-pick up. Pero hindi nila pinipick up because the ambulances were focused on the living, not the dead. So it took many days, many years for Tacloban to recover. But Tacloban today is resilient, it's better, it's a much different city. And I hope we never see those storms again. But with climate change, we're almost certain to see another Ondoy, another Haiyan hitting one of our cities in the future. So I think what we learned from Haiyan is to be prepared. And I think that's true for the big companies and for the small businesses here with us today. We created a website called ccap.com.ph to help small businesses recover from COVID-19 and from storms like Yolanda or Ondoy. Please visit it. We've got these different materials. It ranges from my favorite, mga comic book, which you can read, and also it has more heavier material like guidebooks for resilience. But the whole point, these are all downloadable, these are all free for everyone. What they intend to do is help prepare small businesses, prepare them for an emergency should something happen, and also how to help them recover. If you go to ccap.com.ph, you can see how you can get a loan should a disaster strike from different financial institutions. You can get online mentoring so that they can teach you many different ideas and give you many different lessons in terms of recovering from a disaster. Now, in addition, after Haiyan, one of the lessons we learned is that the private sector, which includes everybody in this room, we need to rely on ourselves. We can't just rely on the government or the UN or international NGOs. So we started the world's first ever national private sector-run emergency operations center. We can track any storm in the world from there, any earthquake, any volcanic eruption. It's the first in its class, and I encourage you all to visit it. We based it in Clark because our biggest nightmare and what keeps me up at night is a major earthquake hitting Quezon City, Makati, Taguig, because in an earthquake, it's even worse than a typhoon. You won't see it coming. It's just going to happen, and communication will be cut off. So we have a separate team in Clark. So should that happen, I don't know if you had the chance to visit the airport in Clark, but it's nicer than the one in Manila. It's much more modern. And then they have a major seaport near it, Subic. So if there's any international aid coming in, they can coordinate it from Clark, and they can also coordinate the help from the provinces coming to Metro Manila. Another thing that we learned, and that's from the COVID-19 pandemic, is that we're all connected. What happens in a city in China is going to affect people in Quezon City, Italy, New York, or Navotas. So the only way we're going to be able to face the future together and be resilient is if we work together. That includes Quezon City. PDRF is a member of the MDRMO Council, So we have many programs. We have something called Project Connect. We implemented in barangays Commonwealth and Bagumbayan. It reached over 3 million people, and we helped them. The knowledge came from the people themselves. They taught us how to build a 3D map showing the escape routes, where you should go if a flood happens, where the hazards are for fire and from flooding. And those 3D maps are in the barangay halls to this day. And we're implementing this in many different places. We've also built evacuation centers. All of this was a result of the lessons we learned from Yolanda. But as I was saying, the only way we're going to be able to face the future with some confidence is if we work together. That includes small businesses like yourselves, private companies, Quezon City and the different LGUs, academe, and all the different sectors. And hopefully then we can build a better and a safer world for ourselves and for our children.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Sir Butch. At this point, I wanted to, because one of the key points to discuss is continuity when something like this happens. So we already have, the response that we will have from the LGU, from Red Cross, and even from the private sector. But how can we ensure that our businesses, let's be more specific, maybe Quezon City business owners, you're also, Attorney Mark, you're the city engineer. What steps can they take? Immediate steps when things happen, something like an earthquake that is very unpredictable. What is the expectation here? Is it business as usual? Is it get people out to safety? What are the protocols here? How can we understand the expectations of business continuity? What does that even mean in a crisis or disaster situation?
Thank you, Daniela, for that wonderful question. I would like to first greet my colleagues in the Quezon City government who are there and everywhere. And to our friends in the private sector, good afternoon. That particular hazard, earthquake, is so challenging. It's so difficult to manage actually because you don't know when will it happen, how strong it is, and what will be the effects of such disaster. Currently, the engineering standards for this mitigation or perhaps measuring is through accelerographs or earthquake recording instruments. However, in terms of policy making, this type of instrument may not be as effective as it may seem. Why? Because these ERIs actually measure the capacity of a particular building in absorbing a particular earthquake. So in terms of policy, the Quezon City government is looking into the possibility of issuing regulations or procedure when it comes to the measurement of the intensity of an earthquake. So the question is, what intensity? Under the Structural Code of the Philippines, those buildings which are compliant with the code can withstand up to magnitude 7.2 or higher, or I think 9. And it translates to, I think, intensity 4 or 5. In terms of policy, should government declare total evacuation in case of intensity 5 earthquake? Should we do that? Well, it's so difficult to answer. Why? Because majority of the structures built or the built environment, not only of Quezon City, but of the entire country, of Metro Manila, are non-regulated, meaning they don't have the necessary construction permits. How was it possible? Well, it was possible because construction regulations in our country is directly intertwined with the rights of the people to human settlement. So if you are an informal settler, if I may use the term, an informal settler, and you built a structure over a land that is not yours, definitely that structure would not be given a permit. Not because it is structurally unsound, but because you have no legal authority to build over that land. So if we will now see the profile of Metro Manila, for example, how much percentage of the land area of Metro Manila do these types of structure are existing or present? We don't know. So as a matter of policy, we will go back. Can we now declare a total evacuation in case of intensity 5 earthquake? The answer to that question is probably no. Why? Because you have to lower it down. Perhaps intensity 2 or 3. Even for weak earthquake or medium strength of earthquake, we should perhaps some areas, it may not cover all. For example, we have friends from Ayala Land. For example, Vertis North, right? Vertis North. If there is a government policy which states that at intensity 3, everybody evacuate, then what will happen to Google? Is Google right there in Vertis North? I don't know. What will happen to the businesses of that area? What is the cost of money that will be lost in case of evacuation? So those are the things that we have to think about. While it is safe that for a medium strength earthquake, everybody should evacuate, or weak strength earthquake, everybody should evacuate. But we have to study also the impact on business. So as guided by Mayor Joy, perhaps we will be doing mapping or zoning of the entire city. Let us look into the areas upon which we can enforce this evacuation for strong earthquakes, perhaps for township developments such as Ayala or Robinson's Land or other developments, Mega World. For these types of township developments, perhaps we can enforce a strong earthquake evacuation pursuant to the Structural Code of the Philippines. However, for areas with residential structures that may not be covered by building regulation, perhaps we can propose a regulation that they will evacuate in case of medium or weak earthquake. So it is a very complex discussion, a very difficult topic to discuss, but you're correct that we have to deal with it, we have to study it, we have to prepare for it, and by all means, the Quezon City government, through the leadership of Mayor Joy Belmonte, is doing everything to address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Difficult question to answer indeed. But somebody needs to tell us what to do, diba? I think, Sir Martin, you can add to that because, of course, safety is paramount for you. What for you defines workplace safety during a disaster, during a risk? Pag nangyari, how can the CEOs, the people, the businesses decide, okay, now we can continue work, now we must stop if the decision is not made by the local government or the government, but just by private entities. Okay, this is safe for our people. Okay, you can work from home now. Oh, now you can come back to work. How can they determine this at, let's say, a micro level?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Joy Belmonte and Bianca, for inviting me here. Yes, now we're talking. This is a balance between emergency management and business continuity, because this panel is about business continuity and resilience. During COVID, I was hired by several firms as a resilience consultant specific for COVID. I was not limited to making sure that there will be no infections, making sure that occupational safety and health and well-being of the employees are ensured. But actually, it is a balance between saving lives and saving livelihoods. Okay, I'll repeat. It's a balance between saving lives and saving livelihoods. You have to save the business also. Okay? We have to remember that during COVID, okay, when an employee is tested positive, lahat tayo iikot talaga because we know that there is another disruption. Disruption after another disruption, then it will be followed, of course, by a lockdown. Di ba? Kaya nga, during that time, don't say the word stay positive, no? Or be positive. Ayaw natin yun. Di ba? So, balance, napaka-importante. That is the definition now of emergency management is saving lives, protecting properties, and bouncing back or recovering fast, but at the same time thinking of quickly recovering or resuming work or business. Okay? The panelists a while ago mentioned thoroughly about risk assessments. No? Dugtong ko lang yon sa business continuity. It's not enough that you list your hazards, you list your potential risks, but you have to know the context and at the same time various disruptions. Okay? And when we say disruptions, all hazards yan. You know, cybersecurity, supply chain, and others. Diba? And part of which, yung ating business impact analysis, no? That is unique to business continuity. No? Alam natin yung mangyayari, but what is the impact to the business of that particular risk or hazard? You will identify also yung mga pinaka-importanting business operations or critical operations. And you know, sino yung pinaka-importante? Who are the unsung heroes during COVID? It's your payroll personnel. Dahil kung he is performing the most critical operation and the most critical asset, otherwise wala kayong mga sweldo. And that is business impact analysis, knowing your important operations. So, I follow up with engineer, with attorney Dale. No, how do you balance now safety, emergency management, and business continuity? With high-rise buildings, no, you have to have a threshold wherein you will decide when you will evacuate. The question is, who will be that person? Is it the safety officer? Do we have emergency managers in the workplace who is knowledgeable, no, with the various aspects of the structural integrity and knowing yung mga parameters natin for evacuation? That's a big question mark, no? That's why being an emergency manager myself, I am advocating that aside from OSH personnel in the workplace, there should be some sort of an emergency manager who is knowledgeable with all the facets of emergency management. Actually, that is your DRR officer equivalent in your government, in government, no? But we call it emergency managers. Sa safety organization of the Philippines, wherein I am a director, no, we conduct a course called Facility Emergency Management Practitioner Course, no, to orient or to give a context on how to be an emergency manager and a critical decision maker, no, during disasters. Okay? May taga-BPO ba dito? For BPOs, if you will evacuate, iniwan nyo yung mga computer screens nyo right after an earthquake, no? Because you were told to evacuate. Sabi ng building administrator where you are located, everybody has to evacuate. The next question is, how do you know if it is safe to go back? No? Kaya nga, it is important. There are tools available, your accelerographs, your intensity meters, wherein you will be able to know the evacuation downtime. Imagine, if you evacuate for BPOs, if you evacuate your building, downtime of 31 hour, that will cost millions. So there must be a balance, no, between safety, emergency management, and business continuity. In government, it is called public service continuity planning. In the US, they call it co-op, continuity of operations planning. No? And let me end, kasi sinimulan na ng maraming enumeration, let me do my enumeration. Okay? Sabi nila, when we talk of organizational resilience, that is flexing, that is creating our organizational muscle to flex and be adaptable. And how do you become adaptable? There are 4 sites, 4 na site, paningin, no, that can be used by leaders when we think of what can possibly happen. The first sight is foresight. What will probably happen? No? Alam natin yan yung listahan natin. But I'd like to mention also, there was an article that I read during COVID that, I don't know if you've heard about black swans and gray rhinos. No? Pag sinabi nating black swan, ang swan naman, white, for all we know, di ba? Pero in the late 1800s, nakakita sila ng black swan. So black swans are very rare events, but will yield high impact. Okay? On the other hand, gray rhino, it's a big rhino staring at you. These are events that you know that it will happen, but you are not doing anything. Example, our big one. Diba? Alam natin, mangyayari yung big one. Tatamaan tayo sa Metro Manila. But what are we doing? Diba? So ang tanong, is COVID black swan or gray rhino? So alam natin that there are pandemics. 1900s nangyari na yan. It's a gray rhino. So aside from listing everything that we know of, no, we must use our, if I may borrow yung ginagamit ni Secretary Solidum of DOST now, disaster imagination, no? For us to think of our black swans and our gray rhinos, okay? Yung next site natin is the insight. The insight is the context. We must use different lenses. Lindol, ano ang epekto ng lindol sa manufacturing? You cannot do I've been lecturing sa iba't ibang industries. Wala kang tataguan, walang duck over and hold. Pagka sa manufacturing, wala naman silang lamesa dun eh. Diba? So you have to contextualize your emergency plans. Diba? Puro paleta dun. Walang duck over and hold dun. Contextualize your emergency. Use different lenses. And the third is oversight. That is your risk governance. What are you doing right and what are you doing wrong? And the last is your hindsight. No? Learning the lessons right. No? I would like to emphasize learning the lessons right. Hindi lahat ng lessons tama. So, thank you very much.
Excellent way to end all of this. Can I still take one question? Yeah, one question from the floor. On business continuity in the face of disaster. No questions? Oh, I can't see honestly. I think there's one. Yes. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Microphone, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, especially po sa mga panelists po natin and every people po dito. I am Ramir Lopez, proud QCYDO scholar po. So my question is, what collaborative measures or groundbreaking projects or initiatives do you or your office propose to the Quezon City government that could demonstrate advancements, potentially surpassing those of other ASEAN countries in preventing or mitigating the risks and hazards of impending disasters and climate change? And also, can we also apply it or be used by small business owners, as we know that most business here in this working conference is not really large like SM, Robinsons, Ayala Malls, etc., etc. Yun lang po. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat for the question. Does anyone want to take this? Yes, sir. Sir Butch.
Well, one program that we're offering to everybody is we have business continuity classes and training. We've trained over 10,000 small businesses, and we've partnered with the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PhilExport, at maraming iba pa, no? And I think we should partner with QC. But everybody's eligible for this, any small business. And we have a team that goes around the country. It's called the Learning and Development Team, and all they do is teach small businesses yung principles of business continuity. But actually sa area nito, I think the Philippines is ahead, no, of everybody in ASEAN and most other countries in the world of yung private sector being more active in disaster risk reduction. But so I'd encourage you, if you want some business continuity training, please go to our website, and also our Executive Director, Veron Gabaldon, is here. Feel free to approach her. And, but we welcome you, and we would like to partner with the small businesses of Quezon City there.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we have for now, but wonderful, wonderful discussion, very concrete steps to be taken by our business community. Maraming salamat to our dear panelists.
Thank you very much. We shall now have again a photo opportunity with this team of panel and our moderator. Thank you.
All right, I hope we all still have energy. Thank you so much. I think it's been quite a heavy discussion, but one that needs to be done. And our third and final subtopic, we will be moving on to siguro how we can apply these issues and prevent disasters from happening if that's at all possible. And this is entitled Promoting Good Green Jobs and Accelerating Green Initiatives. And to have our panel here, we are very pleased to welcome, first off, Andrea Villaroman, who currently heads the Quezon City Climate Change and Environmental Sustainability Department. A graduate of environmental planning from Miriam College, she has more than 20 years of experience in the field of environmental management and sustainability. Ms. Villaroman spearheads the implementation of the priority actions outlined in the Enhanced Local Climate Change Action Plan. Her role also includes directly overseeing the city's commitments to C40 cities and other international organizations advocating for climate justice. Welcome, Ms. Andrea. And unfortunately, our second panelist, Mr. Angelo Tan, was unable to come today, but we will be joined by Ms. Pearl Mars, his colleague, who is in the Climate Business Department of the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank. Pearl is a specialist at the IFC, which is, of course, the private sector of the WB. She serves as Edge Marketing and Communications Coordinator for East Asia and the Pacific region, and a Building Resilience Index Technical Specialist, as well as part of the global BRI technical team. She's trained in the field of geography and public policy and program administration from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and completed her Master of Science in Environment Science and Policy from the Central European University in Vienna, Austria. She has a decade of experience in research and project management in the academe, public sphere, and international non-government organizations consulting in the field of disaster management, environmental research, sustainability, and climate policy. Welcome, Pearl. Our next panelist is Ms. Danica Maurice Magat. She is the founder and owner of Through Habits, which is a business that focuses on advocating a plant-forward and conscious lifestyle for the people and the planet. She has recently won the Green Awards under the micro-business sector with the project of using consumer plastic waste and combining it with design to promote a more circular economy. Welcome, ma'am. And our fourth panelist, we have with us transport cyclist, urban planner, and founder of Manila Moves, Mr. Aldrin Pelicano. He is a program manager in the international development sector. Based in Manila, he works for a global international development firm and supports the delivery of Australian government aid programs in Asia and the Pacific. He started Manila Moves in 2018 as a platform to communicate that cycling is transport and city trips are better by bicycle. And to complete our panel, we have with us Mr. Ramon Rivero, the head of corporate planning and strategy over at Robinson's Land Corporation. He's responsible for the overall planning, cascading, and implementation of RLC's business strategies, goals, and objectives. He holds the title of Sustainability Lead, where he champions the development and execution of the company's ESG commitments to the people and the planet with the purpose of creating long-term and shared success with all stakeholders. His role at RLC is to strengthen sustainability credentials by ensuring regulatory compliance,
by close coordination with the LGUs, improving the disclosures through proactive ESG monitoring and reporting, and finally, fostering a culture of sustainability through educational and organizational upskilling. Welcome, panelists. You may have a seat. Okay, I really love this topic. This is something very close to my heart. Of course, it's spanning my research of a couple of decades as well, particularly when it comes to sustainable finance. So you have 5 minutes, once again, to discuss your pitch with a focus, of course, on what jobs are available. So I think we've moved already from discussing how sustainability is important, how companies have CSR programs, finance or banks should be investing in sustainability, to people saying, okay, we believe in this proposal, but are there even opportunities in QC? Are there even opportunities in RLC for me to be doing this, or is this just a CSR department? Is this, a tree-hugging exercise for NGOs? Is this a viable business opportunity as well for our audience here? All right, let's start with Ms. Andrea Villaroman, who of course will be representing QC. So you can give your pitch on how many sustainability jobs are there, because to me that's very exciting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Quezon City has a long list of green jobs available because we have been exposed to a lot of benchmarking with other cities, not just in the Philippines but globally, because of our membership to C40. But really, while we contribute very little to the global greenhouse gas emissions, we only contribute less than 1%. We are very strong in climate change mitigation because our vulnerable sector is at risk. Even our labor force are at risk. That's why we have been introducing a lot of engagements with the business sector. So our vulnerability can be explained holistically by what we are exposed to. So kanina, we mentioned that we have a lot of flood, we have a lot of climate impact in terms of heat and drought. And we experience this every time there's a typhoon. Minsan nga, it's not even a typhoon, it's just monsoon rains, and we have to evacuate at least 10,000 individuals every time that there is an incident of flooding. So there's a very good playbook that's being followed by Quezon City. And these are small to medium businesses that are heavily that we heavily rely on the natural resources that we have. So say, for example, when we have El Nino, we have had experiences of long water service interruptions. So these small businesses are highly affected by the water services interruption done by our water concessionaires. So we have to prepare for that. And we also have extreme heat. During the summer months, I think there was a time that our heat index was about 40 degrees, no? So we had to adjust our school hours because of that. So these are extremes that we have been experiencing through the years. But with our involvement with C40 during the World Mayor Summit, Mayor Joy Belmonte mentioned that she will contribute to the generation of 50 million green jobs until the end of 2030. 50, so that's 50 million green jobs by 2030. So this means that there are a lot of green opportunities. Businesses will flourish because of the commitment of the city government to C40, and this is something that we want to cascade to the business community. Say, for example, we are very high on doing our transition in the use of electric vehicles. So this was mentioned yesterday by our keynote speaker, that we have to retool our service providers, those that are involved in maintaining vehicles, to ensure that they are ready to also operate businesses within the bounds of electric vehicle transition. So that's something that's very new, and that will be piloted here in Quezon City. We have a bus system that's free. I don't know if you have tried our Quezon City bus system. It's free. It's going around the city. There's 8 routes. And we will be transitioning one of our routes to electric buses. And hopefully with the city government fleet transition, we will also be able to utilize some of the known brands that we have now that have been offering electric vehicles to Quezon City. So we are also very high on green jobs in terms of urban farming. Our keynote speaker a while ago mentioned that we have more than 700 farms, and we have 18,000 urban farmers in Quezon City. So this has been growing since the pandemic, and we see that this is a good opportunity to also link them with the businesses. We have a lot of food establishments in Quezon City. So if they can just go to our farms, get the vegetables from the farms instead of buying from other cities or waiting for deliveries from other cities. So these are just some of the few initiatives that we have. And hopefully with our transition to solar panels, to solarization, our private sector can also follow suit. We have a lot of buildings available in Quezon City. And I think my colleague here from the IFC can mention later about our green building ordinance that has a lot of opportunities for the business sector.
Super exciting, no? I think it's just there for the picking. And here we have lots of students who are looking forward to their future work. And that presents such a wonderful opportunity. Let's move on to Ms. Pearl, who of course works for the IFC, and part of your mandate is financing green projects. I was also very honored to host your climate sustainability conference here in the Philippines, where you actually mentioned that climate change, as horrible as it is, or the effects of climate change at least, presents an economic opportunity. And it presents the opportunity for businesses to, like you mentioned, pivot into green energy that actually can become more profitable. To your end, how can you, in the World Bank and IFC, support green initiatives at an LGU level?
So thanks, Denise. So yeah, so probably just to give quick overview of what we are doing, just to introduce the organization. So IFC is the private sector of the World Bank. So mainly our clients are mainly the private sector. So within the IFC, there is a department called Climate Business, which we are part of. So basically, our goal is to introduce climate smart solutions in private sector development. So we are guided by the vision that we want to end poverty and a livable planet. So that's the new vision right now of the World Bank Group. How are we doing that is to basically, at least in the Philippines, we are focusing on green, resilient, and inclusive development. So we are focusing at the building level. So we know that buildings account for more than 40% of greenhouse gases emissions in the environment. So, and greenhouse gases emissions contributes to climate change. When climate change happens, disasters happen. I think we've been talking about it in the earlier panel. So when that happens, when disasters happen, buildings collapses or damages. And when that happens, we need to rebuild, reconstruct. That accounts for more greenhouse gases emissions in the environment. So basically, to avoid that pattern, we have introduced the Green Building Standard Certification and Building Resilience Index. So basically, the goal is to avoid that very vicious cycle in the built environment, building, rebuilding. So the EDGE standard basically wants to avoid, basically addresses climate change mitigation. Building Resilience Index addresses climate change adaptation. So where the demand is coming from, it's basically from the clients that we are working with. So in the Philippines, EDGE, in the past year, just the FY 2023, there are more than 1.3 million of space being addressed now, or going green, or moving towards green. And with Building Resilience Index, we have now more than 2 million of space being pledged, assessed, going towards resilience. So the demand is coming from the clients. So with that millions of square meter of space being assessed, verified, certified, there is a big need to address the professional needs. So this is where the market is being created. We are creating jobs through the need of the EDGE experts. So those green building experts, the resilient building experts. So in the past year, or actually a couple of years, we have now doubled the number of EDGE experts from, you won't believe it, there's only a handful of them, 25. So we have doubled it, there are now around 50, but compared to the number of millions of square meter of space that is being assessed right now, there's a big lack. The need to address this one. So this is probably the green jobs so would be coming in. So we want to support it more. So IFC is doing a lot in terms of training the green and resilient buildings experts. At the same time, we're also doing more in terms of recognizing the need to create more space for women. We know, especially in the real estate industry, it is still very male-dominated. We want to create more space, so we have launched the Women in Sustainable Built Environment. So it's not just that we need more experts. It's also that we need more women in the built environment. So I think that is where we are coming in to create this jobs and then markets for green buildings environment.
Sorry, can you just clarify for audience here? How can they access that? Is that education, a degree? Is it how expensive is it? You know, or is that a certificate program? Can they do that while working or while studying?
So to start with, to be a green and resilient building professional, you just need there's a training for that. So it's a form of upskilling. So the architects, those professionals in the building industry can upskill themselves. So there's a training for that. They will just have to. I think all the certification agencies is conducting the training. So it's basically short training only, and then at the same time to create more space. That training is exclusively being done by IFC. So we are doing that. We are doing it annually. So we have launched this year the first cohort of all exclusive women. So that's a scholarship coming from training to accreditation, and at the same time mentoring and more training sessions. So basically, and at the same time, we want to also acknowledge that big part of this job is to upskill the need in the local government unit. So there's already a big push coming from the real estate industry, but there's also a need to upskill the people in the regulator side. So this is where also IFC is coming with the advisory to help the local government units. We're also in partnership with Quezon City to help them to revise the green building code. So I think those are the things that we are doing in green building and green jobs.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to the founder, of course, of Through Habit. And this is, of course, another opportunity for jobs, no? Creating your own enterprise, where ultimately you are also giving employment to people. Give us an idea of what drove this and what are your goals for this, let's say, sustainable company.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danica Magat, and I'm the founder of Through Habit. But before I introduce who we are, I first want to thank Quezon City for making this initiative and doing these kinds of events for us, for people, because I am here as a representative, I feel like, for startups. So that's a good opportunity for us to share our advocacy and our purpose, and provide, of course, and hopefully grow and provide, of course, more greener jobs for the people. So who is Through Habit? We are a store and cafe that offers 100% plant-based products and better alternatives for conventional items such as toothbrushes, shampoos, and things like that. So with offering plant-based goods, we get to lessen our carbon footprint, and we believe that it is through the plant-based diet that is the single most bestest thing for an individual to contribute to the environment. We partner with a lot of local products as well, because this is a good way, again, like I said, to lessen the carbon footprint comparing to importing products, and also this is to promote the local scene that we have here in the Philippines. There are a lot of reasons why I started Through Habit, but one of them is to promote a more plant-forward diet, because the animal agriculture really contributes a lot is a leading cause of environmental degradation, one of the leading causes. And like I said, plant-based diet, plant-forward diet is the bestest way to contribute as a person. So I say plant forward. It might be confusing with plant-based, but a plant forward is more incorporating more fruits and vegetables to your diet rather than eating more meat. So I say that because I understand how hard and intimidating it could be for a lot of people to transition into a more vegetarian diet or go to vegan lifestyle. So we encourage more people to become more lean towards to plants and be more conscious, yes. So that is why it is our goal at Through Habit to make that transition easier and also, of course, guide and hopefully guide people and continue on that kind of conscious journey that you have. And also one of the reasons why we are advocating plant-based diet is because of the environment, of course. And so with that, we have other initiatives such as that are very community involved, such as having them donate their consumer waste, such as UBCs, e-waste. UBCs are used beverage cartons, e-wastes, paper. So we really want the community to get involved, at least locally first. We believe in a more compassionate approach with our business to make an impact and influence change. And one of the goals is to really influence a better mindset and build a conscious habit for the people, because the journey to change is through habit. So thank you so much.
Love that. Thank you so much for that. All right, still in the same vein, no, taking good habits to our daily lives, you have Manila Moves. And I love cycling, and I do it all over Europe, and I wish I could do it to here. I walk to work, so that's very lucky. But give us an idea of how feasible cycling around the metro is. What's it gonna take? And you're an urban planner as well, diba? So you know how the metro goes. Level of safety, level of pollution, and yeah, just general accessibility. What's your dream here? What's the goal?
Yeah, thank you. But before I answer your question, let me just quickly throw out three numbers: 22.43, 96, and 17. 22.43 kilometers is the distance between my home in Fairview, Quezon City, between Fairview and this place, our events venue. 96 minutes, that is the time it took me earlier this morning to ride my bicycle to go here. And 17 kilometers per hour is my top speed earlier. So I didn't have to even think about speeding up just to get to this venue. And it took me just over 1.5 hours to be able to get to the venue before our call time. Okay, before
Same amount of time as car.
Yep, and cost in terms of parking.
Yes.
Yep. My main pitch is that if we are to talk about promoting good green jobs and accelerating green initiatives, we also need to talk about barriers such as transportation that really prohibits certain groups of people to access these good jobs. And particularly in our sector in transportation, the issue is really providing more people with more options to move around our cities. And in our experience, cycling is transport, and the challenge for everyone here in this big room is really to convince everyone that they need to make their workplaces, their businesses, more welcoming to people, for them to make the decision to just ride a bike and go to work. From a planning perspective, it's really important that the Dutch do have basic principles. There are 5 of them. If I could just enumerate those 5, it's cohesion, directness, safety, comfort, and attractiveness. But these principles can readily be seen locally. And I'm really happy, and just to give a shout out to Quezon City, because I recently moved to Quezon City from Pasig. And the reason why I was able to even consider and make the decision to ride my e-bike earlier from Fairview via Commonwealth and EDSA to go here is because at least some of these principles have already been implemented or made reality with the strong leadership locally by Mayor Joy Belmonte. And we know that for a fact because the local government has been really opening the doors and channels to get stakeholders' input for them to build a network of bicycle lanes. And that's really important from a planning perspective. To be able to help people make the choice, we need to build infrastructure. They say, build it and they will come. And that is really happening in QC in particular, because you would see the protected bike lanes along East Avenue in Commonwealth, which has been historically a very dangerous place to cycle. But for me, like earlier, there are still sections that need to be protected. But at least you are given reprieve on specific sections, like from Philcoa to go to the elliptical road. And the elliptical road is already being improved as we speak. So having that facility and end-of-trip facilities as well, like bike parking, it was easy for me to decide to cycle to this event because I know that Robinson's land has already been providing functional and secure bicycle end-of-trip facilities. So those combinations, as well as incentives, really foster and contribute to building a cycling city. Hopefully, not just QC, but the rest of Metro Manila.
Ayan, you have Andrea, a new project, which is bike sharing. We want that electric bikes to be shared. That would be amazing. I think we're almost there. You have electric buses, not too far away. And finally, of course, we have Ramon Rivero, and you're, of course, in a very big real estate company, and you have a function of sustainability. And we want to understand, in a company like RLC, what type of jobs, what type of green jobs can we expect from you, and how are you pushing the sustainability envelope forward?
Sure, thank you. First and foremost, thank you to the Honorable Mayor Joy Belmonte and members of her office, represented by her leadership team today, and to our distinguished panelists, resource speakers, subject matter experts, and our moderator. And everyone in this room, good afternoon. Thanks for this opportunity. So, I want to answer that question by first sharing to you what we've done in terms of sustainability initiatives in the organization. So RLC is a listed company. We are composed of 250 plus properties, and we have around 800 hectares of land bank. And just to give you an idea of what we do, we have our malls, we have our offices, we have our hotels and resorts, we have our industrial logistics and warehouses. And lastly, we have our residential condominiums, as you see, RLC residences, and residential subdivisions, right? So in RLC, admittedly, the genesis of our sustainability journey started when there was a knock from regulation that we need to disclose our sustainability initiatives. And as early as 2015, I just wanted to share this story, we started installing solar panels in our rooftops. So right now we have 24 malls with solar panels. And quickly giving you the math of it, we've spent around 1.6 billion on CAPEX. And to date, we've saved around 1.3 billion of energy. So that, I mean, in an 8-year span, we're almost paying that back, right? So that's one. The second one would be green certification. I want to use that example also. So to everyone else in the private sector, and I think the players in this space also know this, being sustainable is no longer an option. It's not a competitive advantage. It's a requirement, believe it or not. So when we talk to our international tenants, our BPOs, I can't name them, unfortunately, but in our contract, they require us to have these features that say that we're either LEED certified or EDGE certified or what have you, right? So it's a global phenomenon, and we have to adapt to that as well, right? Third would be on our waste segregation. So I think waste, you can only do so much to reduce, right? I mean, a household or a commercial establishment will produce the same waste year on year. What we can do is decrease the percent of waste diverted to landfill and make sure they're either recycled or reused. So we have partnerships with agencies like USAID. We do local community activities to increase awareness in communities where we operate in. So those are the things we've done. But I also want to share to you the challenges we've encountered, because it sounds like this was done very easily with an outline of projects and tasks to be done. But in fact, what I'd like to share with the group as a strategy, don't always think of the 3 Ps. I'm going to use the 3 Ps framework. It's very simple, but it means profit, people, and planet. So in my situation, for example, when I started lobbying for these green initiatives, it was very hard to have it approved only from a sustainability angle. You really have to blend it and be creative to find a way to show the financial impact of our sustainability initiatives. And in reality, it has a lot of financial impact to our organization. Just as an example, when the prices of energy from fossil fuel increased due to the disruption of supply chain in the Ukraine war, electricity was a major driver in our P&L, in our bottom line, and we really had to find ways to mitigate that hit, right? So don't forget to always implement the financial aspect of your sustainability initiatives. Now, in terms of the jobs, I'm going to start first with our what I'd call sustainability engineers. So we have a mandate for our offices, for example, to make all our buildings green certified, all our new and upcoming buildings in Metro Manila. So having said that, we need engineers who know how to structurally plan for our buildings, right? I think the challenge is more on the past buildings. Because when we put them up, I mean, all of these perception on it being green certified wasn't there yet. And we also need engineers on how to kind of reverse plan, or to the best of their ability, do what they can from a retrofit perspective to make green certification happen. Number 2, we also need what I'd call sustainability data scientists, right? So with all of these disclosures, putting pressure on the private sector, we've actually invested in our people to have them trained. So some of them are GRI certified. I believe next year we are going to disclose TCFD, which is another requirement by our regulatory bodies. And so we need people to undergo that training and make sure they know how to make it applicable for RLC. Last but not the least, we have what we call we harvest all of our initiatives from what I call a below-the-line perspective. So every time we open a new mall, let's say we open a new mall in Pagadian, we open a new office building in Bridgetown, we open a new hotel in Cebu, we need our implementations team who will work with the local government and with local communities and make sure they're informed, educated, and they're very much involved in what we're trying to do. Last but not the least, so real estate is a big construction business as well. So we want to responsibly source. So I heard a while ago, like going green, being plant-based. So not only in terms of the fresh produce that we do, that we have, but also from the materials that we get from like cement, rebars, and what have you. So again, this is a whole sustainability model that's material to RLC. But I think what I'd like to leave, and as my last words to the group here is, it's not really an easy journey, right? It's sometimes it's fuzzy and very challenging. Like for example, the journey to net zero by 2050 seemed impossible for me at the start. I mean, how will I achieve net zero if I keep building every year and the absolute amount of GHG is increasing, right? So it's not an easy journey, but what I can advise for everyone here is always pursue what you have control over. Do not get overly concerned about being net zero, but do what you have control over now, because GHG increase is not only a advocate, it's a science. If we do not do anything about it and not kind of comply with the Paris Agreement, then we will feel the hazards and the effects of climate change. And we feel that as a real estate. Just to share to you, Yolanda happened in Cebu. Several of our properties were hit. If floods are high in areas in Quezon City, we are also hit. We have properties here. So our costs exponentially increases when GHG emissions also increase. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for that. And like all of you mentioned here, it starts from the home, and it starts with very small micro initiatives that then you get translated into the ways we eat, the ways we go to work, the jobs that we actually do, and of course our local governments here helping us out. Time for one question or two from the floor? Any applicants for sustainability or green jobs? Okay, I think we have one question here.
Hello. Good afternoon to the members of the panel. I'd like to ask, what are the in-demand and hard-to-fill-in green jobs available in the city? Thank you.
Ayan, Andrea.
There are a lot. At the city government level, we actually have a new department which I now head. It's called the Climate Change and Environmental Sustainability Department. So we have several divisions under my watch. So there's climate change mitigation. This deals with advocacies on transport, waste, and energy. So if your career path would involve doing electric vehicle transition, introducing solarization, or even energy efficiency and conservation, you are most welcome in the climate change mitigation program of the city government. There's also an opportunity for circular economy. We're very high on waste avoidance, waste management, waste recycling. So if you have interest in environmental advocacies that deals with waste, you are most welcome to the city government. There's also climate change adaptation. When you talk about adaptation, you have to be ready with the climate impacts in terms of food security, water security, and all the other initiatives on nature-based solutions. So this involves greening. So if you have a green thumb, you want to work with our greening initiative, we have a lot of initiatives that can be tailored based on the needs of the community. And there's also what we call environmental education. This is very critical in all of the projects of the city government. We have to cascade all the information effectively to our constituents. That's why we have learners, we have the youth, we also involve the differently abled communities. This would require educators from the onset down to the implementation of the project. So if you want to educate people, if you're interested in doing community work and stakeholder engagement, you're most welcome to join our climate change and environmental sustainability department.
Yeah, she's right here.
Yes, we have a lot of open positions for you.
Exciting times, guys. One more question. I still have time for one more. All right. Okay. So I think that wraps up this wonderful, wonderful plenary. This was a lot to take in, but I'm going to try and give a very, very quick synthesis of what we had. So really, we tried to connect 3 different things from, I would say, 15 different specialists here. And we began, of course, with Yusek Nepomuceno, who was really saying, we don't want to scare you, but the risks are here, they're real. Of course, this followed the keynote of Mark Watts. In the Philippines, it's even harder. We have the issues of, just our geography, the volcanic eruptions, we've got earthquakes that cannot be predicted. And the issue is that we actually have the data for understanding and assessing things. We need a bit more when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to compliance with the the requirements to make something more resilient. We need better drills and practices that don't get implemented. And there's also a level of less, let's say, communication when it comes to multi-stakeholder approaches, which exist. We had in the second panel, Red Cross. We had, a representative from the private sector, which was actually from MVP and Ayala Group that created this Disaster Resilience Committee. We have the academia who have students studying disaster risk management, creating research, providing these modules, and of course we have the city government also doing that. So it was really just a matter of implementing this. I think from the concerns that we had from our audience, a lot were, okay, these happen in the big companies, in the high-rise buildings. These companies have disaster resilient facilities. These companies have disaster management people that are experts, engineers. Paano yung mga SMEs? One question from the floor was, okay, what about my specific area? How can I ensure? And we actually had an answer earlier on from Ms. Bianca. Actually, an app exists. You actually can just go. So I think it's really just a matter of more cooperation, communication, coordination between the private and public sector and all of the other non-government organizations that are also here. And then finally, to end on an optimistic note, like you mentioned, sustainability is no longer a nice to have. It's not a trend that we're pushing for, a lifestyle that's advocated. It is a must. First, it was for our existence, for the planet. But even beyond that, just from a practical perspective, it's what gives us livelihoods. It's what allows us to do what we do in a better way, and at the same time, change our lifestyle and live fully, live better. And there are opportunities because that is the future. And when we talk about the future of work, the future of Quezon City, it's sustainability, it's green jobs. The future of work is green, and that's very exciting. It's not the future, it's here already now. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for all of your patience and time today. Thank you to your panelists.
Thank you very much. We shall now have a photo opportunity with our panelists and our moderator. And back to our official conference host.
As they take center stage, everyone, another round of applause for all of them, please. Our panelists and our hardworking moderator. We're going to give Daniela a little bit of a break because right after this, I will need a bit of action from everyone. Just to get, the energy going again. Just to get everyone awake for the next speaker. And by action, I mean raising your hands with your phone to scan a QR code. Because we are done and wrapping up Plenary 5. We've got one more and a couple of subtopics, so watch out for that. You know what? I do want to wake everyone up just so you have full attention and focus on our next speaker. May I ask everyone to please all rise? All just stand up and stretch a little bit. Maybe you can just twist your body to face the right side and twist to the left side, or do what Miss Margie's doing and she's just dancing. Move along with the music. I just want to make sure that everyone is alive and well and present and focused for our next segment. Thank you very much to those of you who are really twisting and swinging your arms around. That is fantastic. I can see a lady just going arms up. I can see somebody swinging at the back, all the way stretching behind and in front. I love that. Thank you very much. Okay, nagpasikat na talaga yung iba. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some of you who are going to break into choreography. Thank you so much. You may now sit down. Appreciate it. Here's something that will liven everyone up. Let me just tell you what's up for grabs for the raffle later on. So we have maybe this will interest you. Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite. Do you like that? Parang ayaw nyo. What about, if that did not excite you enough, what about this next one? A Lenovo IdeaPad Slim 3i. Can we have a round of applause, please, for our fantastic event, the Quezon City Future of Work Conference 2023. That is exactly what you are enjoying right now. Okay. We are now down to our sixth and final plenary. We've got subtopics for this one. Now for plenary 6, our main topic is On the Rise, Jobs of the Future. Now, the traditional notions of work are undergoing a profound transformation. In our next discussion, let us explore the frontiers of innovation, automation, and burgeoning industries that are shaping the careers of tomorrow. The jobs of the future are not just opportunities, they are gateways to a new era of possibility and purpose. To help us explore and discover the endless opportunities and possibilities that the jobs of the future has to offer, we have invited a subject matter expert. His entrepreneurial journey is marked by resilience and transformation. In 1998, he established a furniture business, swiftly amassing 1 million Malaysian ringgit in revenue within 9 months. However, he encountered a setback, losing it all and then accumulating 1.5 million in debt over the next 18 months. Now, this pivotal experience shifted his focus from financial gain to impacting 1 million lives. In 2012, he founded Peopology with just 5 employees, now thriving with a team of 90. His determination to pursue his dreams set forth the path towards the future success of the company. Over the past decade, Peopology has partnered with over 1,500 companies and businesses, aiding them in achieving success. Now, the collective efforts focus on upskilling and reskilling, words that we heard a lot, especially yesterday, ensuring the digital workforce's readiness for success in the digital era. By facilitating this connection between talented individuals and business partners, we bridge the skills gap, fostering a prosperous and sustainable ecosystem that benefits individuals and organizations. This holistic approach to public-private partnerships underscores our dedication to innovation and inclusive growth. Peopology has also extended its reach into the IT training domain, collaborating with the world's largest IT training provider to support businesses in their digital journey. Now, this expansion led to the establishment of multiple centers nationwide, garnering prestigious awards and platinum partner recognitions from industry bodies. His journey exemplifies the power of resilience, transformation, and a commitment to making a meaningful impact on people's lives. I guess that's why the name of his company is the way it is. Everyone, please welcome the founder of Peopology Group, Alan Lee Chin Min.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon or good evening. Good evening, everybody. I cannot see you though. Good afternoon. All right. Let me just check from the audience here. Beside my 2 colleagues from Malaysia, anybody from Malaysia here? Not at all? No? If that's the case, I would love to get you guys to do me a favor. Can you rise again? And can you just talk to your neighbor? Say, hey, please give Alan some support. Please, 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 give Alan a support. Right? Because I think only 3 from Malaysia. So you Filipino better give Malaysians some support, please. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You may be seated. All right. Today, the topic is about on the rise, job of the future. I have 3 questions for all my Filipino friends here. My first question is anybody looking for a new job? Wow, sensitive question, man. I cannot let my boss know about this, right? Okay. In Malaysia, we all say these things. Another 5 to 10 more years, our job will be replaced by robot. Do you agree with me? I cannot hear anybody. Yes or no? Okay, that's my first question. Okay, you no need to tell your boss that you are looking for a new job, right? Okay. Number 2. I just want to ask everybody this question here. The world is changing so fast and is tied to the rate of technological revolution. Is that correct? Yes. But there's another element that makes this speed even speeder faster. What is that? This 3-4 years, what happened then? AI? No, it's this thing. It's this thing that actually speed up the whole process. Am I right or not? Like just now the gentleman was saying, these things actually has affected us. How we eat, how we sleep, how we talk, how we work, and how we communicate to the world. Am I right? Am I right? But the most important thing here, it has actually changed the business. It has actually created a new paradigm shift for all the businesses. I'm from Malaysia. There's a lot of businesses in Malaysia was affected. But some for the good reason, some for the bad reason here. But the biggest reason is that require a lot of new job creation. A lot of job is obsolete and there's a lot of new job created. According to the World Economy Forums here, I like statistic. So I'm going to show you statistic here, right? The top 5 job in demand, these are the 5. Data analysis and scientists. Anybody study data here? I cannot see anybody. Okay. If you are safe. Anybody is doing data entry clerk here? Oh, you are not safe then. Better find a new job. Better find a new job here. Okay. And according to World Economy Forums here, the top 5 skills in 2025. These are the top 5 skills. Analytical thinking and innovation. Active learning and learning strategies. Number 3 is complex problem solving. If you love to solve problems, that's where your job is secure. Number 4 is critical thinking and analysis. Number 5 is creativity, originality, and initiative. Thank you very much. I'm done with my job. And I'm just kidding. All right, okay. So these are the top 5 jobs. And the most scary part that I'm going to talk to everybody here is the market demand on the next 3 to 5 years. According to World Economy Forums here, in this coming 5 more years, 97 million digital job is going to be created. 97 million digital job. It's going to be created. And the even more scary part here, 40% is happening in Southeast Asia. So ladies and gentlemen, are you looking for a new job right now? Okay. I guess, of course, today I'm not asking you to actually look for a new job, but the trend that's happening in Malaysia right now is everybody is looking for opportunity to upskilling and reskilling. Because the future, the way how people work, the way how people actually transform their businesses, whether it's SME, whether it's enterprise, is totally different from 10 years, 30 years, 50 years ago. I'm going to give everybody here, an analogy here. I'm sure digital talent, Coming up, digital talent has to be very agile, and digital talents had to be very adaptive towards the learning. Okay, of course, these are the 5 job skill that I've mentioned. I'm sure I'm going to show you another slide that I believe you have seen this slide here, the revolution. I'm sure everybody know Revolution 1, Revolution 2, Revolution 3, Revolution 4. Am I? I think everywhere you go, every seminar you go, they will show you this 1, 2, 3, 4. But that's not the main purpose I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the skill of each IR 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0 here. Back then, many years ago, if our ancestor is actually living in the IR 1.0, even though he or she has a craftsman skill, basic mechanical skill, do you know that this skill can last for how long? It can last them for 170 years. 170 years. When it comes to IR 2.0, the people require the knowledge about mechanical and technical skill, basic engineering skill. Again, if our grandmother is actually living at that era here, that particular skill can last them for 100 years. You just need to do the same thing, and it can last you for 100 years. And moving forward, I'm sure you know 3.0. 3.0, everybody started to understand computers. Am I? I'm sure you know everything about computer here. Do a well guess. If someone that have computer skill, how long you can maximize your skill? How long it will last? Any answer? 30 years? 40 years? It's 40 years. Right? But the latest IR 4.0, big data analysis, programming, AI, as well as cyber security here, how long it will last if you have this skill. Anybody interested to know about this? Okay, I'm going to actually share this 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. I'm sure in Malaysia, our government is promoting Society 5.0, Malaysia 5.0, People 5.0. What is this 5.0 then? Right? The most important thing is 5.0 is actually we study 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0, and we want to know what is actually the latest skill that can make sure that we are always productive, always efficient, always actually driven by our business result. Before today, we were actually in Singapore last week, and our topic is Build a Future Team. It's actually an event that organized by Peopleology, my company. There's about 180 HR practitioners. They all fly from Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, and many other countries as well. They came here to study one thing. What is actually the future skill? What is the future skill? And everybody is actually discuss about that. And then we talk about the top 10 skill. So we actually have a match. Our finding from the survey of the 180 HR practitioners and also the World Economy Forums. And ladies and gentlemen, these are the top 10 skills that will actually last you for another, we cannot say 40 years, at least 5 years, at least 5 years, right? (2027). So for many of you, after today, better go and upskill, better go and reskill here, all right? Because the world is changing. Number one, big data specialist. A lot of people will ask me, why big data is so important? Because throughout so many IR 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, all the businesses has gathered a lot of data. But they just do not know how to study the data. So they need big data specialists to do a couple of things. First is to store all the data. Second is to churn the data. Third is to analyze the data. Second is actually data analysis and scientists here. All right. Number 3 is actually business intelligence analysts. The data, they administrate the data, they actually store the data, and then they use a lot of AI to actually churn business analysis. That's the reason why I'm sure every one of you know that Facebook know your pattern of living, right? Why? Because they have all the data. They don't only just store your data, they predict tomorrow morning what breakfast are you going to eat. Am I right? This is actually called business intelligence. Number 4 is AI and machine learning specialists. Again, this is actually the top 4 skill that is actually very important for the coming 5 more years. Number 5 is information security analysis. More and more businesses, including myself, in Malaysia, we are just a SME. We have about 100 employees here. We store everything into the cloud. Am I right? I'm sure like the bank here, you store every information into the cloud. Why? Because it's easy, it's convenient, it's cost effective. Subsequently, you store the data, you have to actually study the data. But I'm sure every single one of you also very worried about the data will be hacked. Am I right? Okay. Hacker is everywhere. Good hacker, bad hacker is everywhere here. So cybersecurity become a very, very important. Ironically, I have visited about 60 different company and training company for the past 18 months in this 6 country. When I actually in Philippines, most of the training company that we work with, they say that the number 1 program is cyber security. Ironically, when we are in Vietnam, they give a different perspective. Oh, the skill is not here. Vietnam, most of the company and most of the training company, they say, Alan, the hottest topic in Vietnam is digital marketing. Then we work with our partner in Singapore. If you know Singapore, Singapore is a financial hub of Southeast Asia. The number 1 skill is cyber security. When we are actually in Indonesia, it caught our surprise that the number 1 skill is big data. And in Malaysia, we want everything. No, of course, I'm just kidding. The number 1 skill is big data. Number 2 is cyber security here. I'm sure Mayor is here. I'm sure Mayor is actually going to work with everyone here to understand the future of work. What kind of skill there is required? Because coming up, the skill is very, very important for everybody to run the businesses, irregardless whether you are SME, whether you are enterprise. Number 6, digital transformation specialists. A lot of businesses are transforming the business from conventional to digital. We have a few clients in Malaysia. I'm hopeful that some of you have heard about a bank in Malaysia, the largest bank in Malaysia called Maybank. Okay, Maybank, just about 5 years ago, they have actually allocated a fund of 40 million US dollars, and they are actually preparing all their workforce from a conventional bank, from actually a commercial bank to become a digital bank. So can you see that actually the transformation is massive? I'm sure it's happening in Philippines too, right? Okay. Number 7, robotic. I'm sure automotive is a big thing here. Automotive is a very big thing in Malaysia right now. So everybody wanted to leverage on robot. Why? Because when you hire people, people want to take MC lah. People got emotion and want to take leave lah. But when you talk to robot, do they take leave? No, right? They don't, right? Okay, number 8 is agricultural equipment operator. Sustainability. Just now the session talk about green initiative. Sustainability become a very important thing. And number 10 is blockchain developer. Because the businesses is all related to finance. Businesses is always related to digital banking, digital money, e-money. That's the reason why blockchain become very, very important. If anybody that's interested, you can just take a picture of this. This is not what peopleology say. This is actually the World Economic Forum analysis, right? And then, yeah, a lot of people will ask Alan, I know this top 10 skill is very important, but how to make it work? Okay, how to make it work? Because I know this skill is important for SME. I got no money. Is actually running a small company. How am I going to make it work here? But I'm going to share with you one of the success model that happening in Malaysia, right? The model is called collaboration. The model is called innovation. And ladies and gentlemen, you have to know one thing here. Data is everything. The future is about data. I was actually very amazed with how she run the whole e-government stuff here. All single details is all about data. And I have to say that I think Quezon City team is so amazed. Am I right? Can we give a round of applause? Okay. She has demonstrated to me. I was like, oh, how come my Malaysian government also not doing this? Okay, and she's actually doing this. Ah, what a shame, man. Okay, right. So this is actually, I believe the future is about collaboration. It's not about fighting each other. I'm sure SME, I used to be SME, we like to fight with each other here, but we must actually know the future is collaboration. Nobody is perfect, nobody can do everything. So I think we actually need to collaborate. How do we collaborate here? There's actually two parties here, business or corporation, whether it's SME, whether it's enterprise here. I'm sure SME and enterprise, they are looking for the best fit employee. Am I right? So on the other hand here, we are the skill provider. Some people call it training provider, some people call it coaches, some people call it actually consulting company here. So we were there. What we are actually looking at is actually job sustainability. Every individual, every one of you wanted to upskill, reskill, because you're going to make sure that your next career is secure. Am I? Okay, on the other hand here, for businesses here, they want to look into business sustainability. Okay, and then the third one is the government, NGO or foundation here. They are more on the CSR angle. They are more on the social sustainability. So in our Malaysian terms, we call it social impact. That's where we are here today. We wanted to collaborate with the government. We would love to actually work with the local authorities, the locals, actually SME here. How can we work together to improve three things? Number one is job sustainability. Number two is business sustainability. Number three is social sustainability here. Again, like I mentioned earlier, there's 97 million jobs is going to be created. And these are some of the low-hanging fruit. These 6 countries, there is actually close to 13.06 million unemployed graduates. So if we can upskill them, we can reskill them, we can actually help the business sustain. Am I right? So just a little bit sharing about Malaysian, our achievement so far in Malaysia. We have worked with 11 technology partners, 26 universities here, and we position ourselves as actually skill partner. And we also work with about 12 impact partners, 54 impact sponsors. These are all the government agencies. One of the logo, HRD Corp, is similarly like the TESDA here. Right? So the government came up with a big funding, I think close to about 150 million US dollars here during pandemics. Why? They wanted to actually upskill. There's a lot of people no job. There's a lot of actually people was retrenched. That's the reason why they actually came forward and then asked Peopleology, how can we actually help these people get employed? How can we get all the fresh graduates to get a suitable job here? And immediately we go on and talk to all the business partners. We work with 1,500 companies in Malaysia. We actually design program together with them. We design the job, we design the actual content, we actually train them, and then we deploy them, and then after that we digitalize them. Okay, digitalize means we actually have an app to monitor them, and this is our success story here. throughout the couple of years, we have actually trained about 120,000 students, and then we have created about 2,000 new jobs. And most of the people that actually joined the program, 65% of them got 20% increment. That's actually something that I would love to actually share with the, what they call the Philippines government here, how we can work together here. And of course, all the money that is sponsored by the government, close to 3,000 talents, they are fully sponsored, and 10,000 talents are partially sponsored, and we actually sponsor in these 6 different areas here. Big data specialists, data analysis and scientists, business intelligence, AI and machine specialists, security, digital transformation, and now we are working on the other 4 more skills that is very popular in Malaysia. Again, future work, how to build digital talent. I am sure many of you, including all the SME, I used to be SME, after we train them, they after they got certified, and then they go. They go look for another new job, they go look for another job. Does it sound familiar to you? Anyone? Yeah? Okay. So of course, today I got permission from the mayor that I'm going to actually introduce you a program that's free of charge. If you may, you can scan through this QR code here. So for Filipino, it's all FOC. Right. This is actually the product that we brought in from Malaysia. When you go in there, you can learn all the top 10 skills free of charge. Okay? And just to let you know, maybe I should actually take a little bit, 2 minutes here to explain to you. The black color is all the job. And then after that, the orange color, sorry, the yellow color and the green, the red color are all the skill that require. Right? So without, anybody want to scan this? I have my last 2 more slides here. A lot of SME always talk to me and say, Alan, I know that digital talent is important, digital transformation is important, business transformation is important, everything that is actually important here, but I just don't have faith on this transformation. I got no money, got no time here. I just want to tell you, 5 years ago, I also think like you. I also act like you. But I guess I just want to tell everybody one thing here. How to make it further here, just never ever give up. And Anthony Robbins always said this, good times create weak people. Weak people create bad time. Bad times create strong people. Strong people create good times. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
And good times we've had with you, Sir Alan. Thank you very much. Please remain on stage.
All right, okay.
If you can please take the seat over there, the further one, please. There you go. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. Because of the bad times that he has gone through, now he is creating good times for a lot of people and rendered us the best of times listening to his talk. I saw everyone kept taking photos of your presentation because they know that that is going to come in very handy. I believe after this 2-day conference, many people will be upskilling, reskilling, and retraining because they were inspired by the Future of Work conference. But right now, we are going to flash on screen another QR code as we are starting off Plenary 6, the final plenary. Earlier, what we flashed was for Plenary 5, which we just wrapped up. Now we're starting with Plenary 6. And you also know what this means. Soon enough, we are going to announce the winners of the raffle. So if you want to get your name in that, please scan away. And while you're doing that, just to let you know, the Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite is here with us. That's going home with one of you, along with the Lenovo IdeaPad Slim 3i, also up for grabs. I believe I've given you enough time to scan and fill out the form. Let's bring in our moderator once again. A round of applause for Daniela Laurel.
Hi, Alan.
How are you?
Thank you for that. Have a seat. All right, so we are here at the very last, save the best for last, and thank you very much for that presentation, which makes everything that we've discussed for 2 days more practical, more concrete, and gives us next steps. So I would like to take, I think we only have maybe 20, 30 minutes and a couple of questions from the floor to make it practical, okay? We have here, taking into account our audiences, like you mentioned, not just MSMEs, but students, okay, who are looking at the future of work, who are investing their time and energy in what they're supposed to be studying, with a lot of fear coming out of a pandemic where many of them had to change and upskill, as you mentioned, and reskill, retool. All right, and I have a few things that I wanted to touch upon. Number one is, practically speaking, how can we implement the future work scenario with those top 10 jobs with the current scenario that we have, the traditional legacy jobs? You know, how can we make it ethical? What's the best way to transition these people? Clearly, there's upskilling to be done. Clearly, there's education from the very fundamental level that needs to occur. But just from a practical perspective, for the LGU, for Quezon City, how can they make sure that these people will continue with their jobs? What's your easiest piece of advice there?
I guess everybody want to be successful. Anybody do not want to be successful in life? I'm sure everybody want to be successful, right? So successful life start with self-awareness. I guess in Peopleology, we believe a framework called a 6D framework. 6D stand for directions. After you know a direction, you must discover where you are right now, and then you must design your pathway, and subsequently you got to develop yourself and deploy yourself. Means that you cannot say that, oh, I want to be an engineer, but after I joined the engineer, it's not a fun job here. So you got to actually deploy yourself, and subsequently you must digitalize yourself or digitize yourself. You must measure yourself. So there's no right or wrong formula here. I think everybody, I'm sure including Mayor, you have your success story. I'm sure you also monitor your failure as well, right? So first start with the direction, where you want to be. Of course, a lot of engineers, they are very successful, but there's also a lot of engineers that is not successful because the direction that they set is probably not right. Okay, for the students here, I'm sure you have to start to one step at a time here, set a small direction, and then after that, discover yourself first. If you don't know how to discover yourself, I'm sure in your school there's a lot of assessment tools that you can actually check it out, what kind of people that you should be, what kind of personality. Then after that, you design your pathway, and then you join a lot of programs. I'm sure when you're in school, there's a lot of programs that you can actually attend for free. You can attend Skillshare for free as well. And after that, you have to deploy yourself. The moment that you come out, I don't think so you have to be so picky what kind of job that you need to, but you have to actually deploy yourself, experience it yourself here, and then digitize yourself, monitor yourself on consistent basis, 3 months, 6 months. That's what we actually share with our talents in Malaysia. There's no quick success. Everything is actually step by step. That's why in Peopleology we believe in 6D. That means direction, discovery, design, develop, deploy, and digitize. I'm sure there's many successful people here. In order to become a successful, you must learn from the successful people. and then mix around with successful people. I think that's my only advice for everybody here. Right.
Thank you. I mean, accept that it's inevitable and that's the future, and maybe agility is the skill set
Correct.
that is needed, and rethink what you love and try to align it with the future opportunities as well. I have another question that has been burning in my mind when I look at your presentation, which is all, of course, technology is the future.
Yep.
Are there any disadvantages or pitfalls to this future? You know, we of course, artificial intelligence is scary for many people.
Yep.
We talked about dehumanization when it came to the pandemic and doing meetings not face to face, but everything via Zoom, and the human interaction got lost in translation. The pitfalls of mental health issues as well were discussed. You know, so anything that we need to be watching out for as we move forward to the future and try and take care of our humanity as we integrate digitalization.
I was asked many times if AI, if big data is taking up all the job that's available in the market. So what am I going to do then? Am I going to wait there until the day I die? Okay, a lot of people will keep on asking this question, is pursuing this question. But I think one thing that I mentioned just now, never ever give up. And computer cannot think like us in terms of creativity. Okay, AI cannot think like us. That
I
means
hope so.
humanity.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
saying that in front now? Okay, that's never gonna happen.
I'm sure I got Ray that used to be Lazada CEO can agree with me as well. Okay. So I think humanity, creativity, innovation, these are the things that I believe at this junction here is something that we have to cultivate. Care. In Malaysia, we always talk about corporate culture. Culture is something that nobody can steal away from you, right? You can have a lot of technology here. Peopleologies, every Monday is a fun day. Every Friday is a learning day. So every Wednesday, whomever they go out lunch the most, next month your lunch is free. So I guess these are all the cultures that we need to cultivate instead of keep on kneeling down to IT skill, big data, cybersecurity here. Because what they are doing is actually they solve your problem, analytical thinking skill, problem solving skills. This is what we do. But they cannot take away communication skill. Right?
What's the most important soft skill for you?
For me, communication skills. Yeah, interpersonal and communication skills.
How do we harness that?
All right, how do we harness that? Wow, you must attend training. Okay.
It doesn't come naturally. You're not born with communication.
Somebody just come naturally. Okay, I was talking to one of the delegates here. I said, oh, generally Filipino is really, really good in talking though. Yes, it's actually very good. Yeah, compared to Malaysia, if you go to Malaysia, out of 10 people, they are very brilliant guy, but they just do not know how to communicate well. Okay, so maybe it's because of the society issue. Maybe it's because of our brought up issue here. So for us, that's where we always actually encourage our Malaysian people, if you're not good, keep on practicing and then keep on attending. I think the latest skill that everybody need is actually keep on learning, unlearn, relearn, and keep on learning. Yeah.
All right, another issue that I was thinking of for our MSMEs, cybersecurity was a very key part. And we cannot function properly, whether it's our banking system or e-commerce or even government, giving data to the government. You're afraid because of the level of security. And when we're talking about small and medium-sized enterprises, they don't have budgets for this level of technology. What can they do? What's the first step that needs to be taken?
Again, I think innovation is the key here. For us, back then, 10 years ago, we are also a small SME here. What we do here is we collaborate. Okay, we might not be able to buy a very big software, okay, but we always tell them that, hey, we partner up together here. Let's talk to the software company. Instead of buying up a full suite of software, can we just lease it from them? So I guess the power is collaboration. But most of the SME, I am hopeful that the SME here will think this way. Don't always think that you are SME. That's why you have to keep your mouth shut. Okay, you got to raise your concern. You have to, at any time, communicate with the government agency to share with them about your challenges. That's one thing very positive about Malaysia. All the SME association is so united, and then they always raise their concern to the government agency, and we are very thankful that the government agency came up with a lot of initiative to help us. Yeah.
Okay, and final question from my side before we open to the floor, since we have our dear mayor here, and we have you from Malaysia that flew in. So we're going to pick your brains on best practices in Malaysian government, primarily at local government level, on what initiatives have been done for upskilling. You mentioned government scholarships in terms of that. Can you give more concrete examples here of what is low-hanging fruit that can be implemented by the QC LGU?
I'm sure if my Prime Minister is here, I'm sure he don't mind me sharing this new idea here. We do have an association, we do have an agency that provide students loan to the students. I'm sure in Philippines you do have that as well. Back then, 4 or 5 years ago, during pandemics, there's a lot of students are not able to pay back the loan because they always say that there's no job, there's nothing. So the government actually approached all the SME association, including the skill development like us here, and they say, hey, how can we actually make sure that the students pay back the loan then? Because government also need money to run the government. Okay, so we said that, the biggest challenge here is employability. All right, that's the reason why they say that, okay, since I have so much debts in my loan, my student loan, why don't I come up with a special fund for you, but I'm going to give you this money, but make sure the students, after the upskill and reskill, they will get a job. Okay, once they get a job, they will work with the employer to actually do the monthly salary deductions. Okay, by doing that, government have successfully actually reduced 10% of the debts. Okay, and the good thing here is more and more people got jobs. One thing that I'm not trying to promote Malaysian government here. One thing that I have to say is actually our government always listen to SME, listen to the citizen here, and I think that is actually one of the initiatives that actually government is doing right in Malaysia.
That's super interesting. So credit scoring based on employability, based on the top 10 skills of the future. I like that. I think that's something that can be easily done. All right, I'm opening the floor rather to 1 or 2 questions before we end this fantastic 2-day event. Any questions from the floor on the future of work? Yes, I see one hand there.
Hi, Mr. Alan Lee.
Hi.
And I just want to thank you for giving such an interesting topic to ponder about. I think I'll ponder about this until I end my career and share it to the next generation.
Thank you.
But, well, my question is, I know based on the topic that you discussed, that the world is going more techie right now. But then I also came across an article that data actually contributes to carbon footprint. So I was just wondering, if the world is going into data right now, how can we meet these challenges of increasing carbon footprint?
Wow.
Great question.
It's a very interesting question that I look at it both sides here. There's no right or wrong answer for this. And it's all depending on that particular talents, where exactly that he or she wanted to actually pursue. All right. And if someone that is actually thinking that the techie is actually the moving forward plan, I think go ahead with that. And if someone is actually looking into the footstep on the other side, I think it's up to that particular person which pathway they want to go to.
I think she was asking on the carbon emissions of the technology sector,
okay.
like just mining data.
Yeah.
Has a lot of carbon emissions.
I guess if that's the case here, the green sustainability come in, right? And I cannot ignore the possibility. Everything there is pro and cons. Every new creation will create another challenges, another opportunity here. But I believe there is also something that the green computers are actually looking into it. And I believe that is what I can actually share. I'm not very good in that, but I believe someone is actually working on that as well.
I like that green computing job of the future.
Yeah.
Okay, one last question before we close. No? Are we going to beat the traffic by ending at 5? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. And once again, a round of applause, please, for Alan Lee Chin Min, founder of Peopology Group. It's been amazing.
Thank you.
Everyone, a round of applause, please, for Mr. Alan Lee Chin Min and Miss Daniela Laurel. A round of applause for them, please. While they're having their photos taken, truly by embracing change, learning new skills, and exploring the jobs of the future, we are poised to not only survive, but to thrive in this exciting new era. Thank you to everyone, to all of the expert speakers that we've had the last 2 days, to all of our panelists, our moderators. I believe, if I'm not mistaken and lost count, we've had about 5 to 6 moderators, with Daniela handling a majority of our panel discussions. And to all the participants that actively participated in the forum, maraming salamat po. Now, we are going to shine a spotlight on the remarkable transformation of Quezon City into a dynamic and business-friendly city that is poised for the future. Quezon City's ascent as a strategic hub for businesses and startups is no mere coincidence. With its exceptional infrastructure and world-class business framework, this city has positioned itself as a beacon for innovation and economic growth. Its strategic location, bolstered by a wealth of leading universities, provides entrepreneurs with access to a talent pool that is teeming with young, creative, and innovative minds. The rise of Quezon City as an economic powerhouse is a story that inspired many in our country. As we delve into this vital discussion, let us explore the factors that have fueled this remarkable transformation, discuss the opportunities that it presents, and envision the limitless possibilities that lie ahead. Today, let's explore how Quezon City is shaping the future of work.
In the heart of Metro Manila, the biggest city is rapidly transforming. A journey from setbacks and frustrations to growth and innovation. This is the story of Quezon City, where the vision for progress transcends legacies and touches the lives of every Q citizen. Long queues and disillusioned citizens painted the picture of City Hall in the past. But today, Quezon City stands as a beacon of possibilities that champion good governance and empower businesses to thrive. We embarked on a journey to deliver genuine service to Q citizens and reshape its landscape for boundless opportunities everyone can enjoy. With Mayor Joy Belmonte leading the way, we have streamlined processes while fast-tracking sustainable local development. We have integrated environmental sustainability into the city's business ecosystem. We have inspired citizens to be environmental stewards. We mitigated hunger and created over 15,000 good green jobs for Q citizens through numerous green projects. We promote sustainable and resilient practices among different stakeholders and businesses, and their efforts are highlighted with the launch of the QC Green Awards, a first amongst cities.
Q citizens, ikinagagalak at ikinararangal kong ipakilala sa inyo ang kauna-unahang Quezon City Green Awards.
As QC moved to bring services closer to people, digital transformation is at the heart of the solution. We transformed our manual services into a single online portal. Our relentless dedication and determination allow us to do more for the city and its people. We have managed to bring to the forefront efficiency, transparency, and ease of doing business across all services. The numbers tell a powerful story. Since our automation journey began, business registrations have soared, resulting to 350% increase in capital investments. Processing times have been slashed with 98% of business owners processing permit applications online. And entrepreneurial confidence and success rates have skyrocketed, showing a 25% increase in new business registrants. Beyond the ease and efficiency of doing business within the city, Quezon City is committed to fostering a supportive community for businesses. The QC Investor Summit showed the world that Quezon City is future ready. Business investments grew significantly in 2022. And among these is the groundbreaking of Globe's biggest data center. Proof that QC fosters robust public-private partnerships. Quezon City also recognizes the important role of startup businesses. And to further strengthen and promote the city's startup ecosystem, Quezon City institutionalized the Startup QC program, providing our startups with mentorship, networking activities, and financial grants for their continuous growth. Micro and small entrepreneurs also thrive amid the city's wide range of programs, promoting the competitiveness of MSECs by providing 14 post-pandemic bazaars participated by over 150 QC artisans, 67 capacity building seminars for cooperatives, capital assistance to more than 25,000 nano businesses, training and upskilling of more than 30,000 would-be entrepreneurs, and still, we remain relentless, determined to achieve more. Today, Quezon City stands as a testament to progress, where innovation meets opportunity, where vision turns into reality. We've come a long way from becoming the future-ready, business-friendly city we are today. But we are determined to march forward as we continue to shape this city into a thriving hub of limitless potential. This is the Quezon City of today. Welcome to business-friendly Quezon City.
I bet while you were watching that, you are all just beaming with pride.
So proud of Quezon City. You know what? We are about to showcase even more that will make you definitely prouder. It is evident that Quezon City is not just a location. It is a land of endless possibilities where opportunity awaits your bold embrace. It's not merely a destination. It's a convergence of innovation and inspiration, a place where the seeds of prosperity find a fertile ground. In Quezon City, we don't just adapt to change. We drive it. And our city stands tall as the best city to invest in. Because here, your investments aren't just monetary. They are investments in future that thrives on innovation. The heartbeat of progress is in Quezon City. So don't just envision tomorrow. Step into it. The time is now. The place is here. Innovate, adapt, thrive, invest in future-ready Quezon City.
You and Quezon City. Two forces united by a common vision, a shared determination, defined by purpose-driven leadership, propelled by foresight, and guided by an unwavering sense of direction. In the face of countless challenges, we've always emerged stronger and more resilient than we've ever been before. Steadfast in our mission to grow and soar. Today, proudly bearing the highest seal of governance, Quezon City is a driving force, launching businesses to prosperity in the post-pandemic transformation. Innovating as we embrace digitalization, making our processes quicker, easier, contactless, and more accessible. Adapting for a prepared and progressive tomorrow. With enhanced disaster and climate action infrastructure, advanced mobility, and connectivity for all. Thriving as a haven of urban living. With top-notch healthcare facilities, a rich and dynamic arts and culture scene, and abundant green spaces. But Quezon City can offer you even more. As a hub of empowerment and possibilities, ours is an environment that fuels progress. Upholding circular and sustainable infrastructure. Trailblazing innovation and development. Nurturing a vibrant creative economy. Fostering an inclusive economic landscape. With programs and initiatives that empower you to lead, create, and succeed. To competitive tax incentives that recognize your contributions to the city's growth, no matter what your industry may be. Quezon City is where opportunity awaits. Join us and take that bold leap into the future. The time is now, where innovation meets inspiration. Make Quezon City your place of prosperity. Innovate. Adapt. Thrive. Invest in future-ready Quezon City.
Realm of opportunities, Quezon City is not just a contender. It is a champion, a city that is undeniably future ready. Quezon City embodies a vision where the future of work is not merely a concept, but a living reality, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. This city is not just technologically forward. It is a powerhouse of progress and modernism. It is a competitive force on a global scale where aspirations meet achievements and success transcends borders. Yet, beyond the gleaming skyscrapers and cutting-edge technology, Quezon City is deeply rooted in strong principles. It is a city with a social conscience, driven by good governance and a commitment to serve its people and the environment. Quezon City doesn't just strive for success. It aspires to make the world a better place, one thoughtful decision at a time. So, as you consider your investment choices, choose one that not only secures your financial success, but contributes to a world that is more sustainable, inclusive, and socially responsible. Everyone, invest in a better tomorrow. Invest in Quezon City. Now, we have completed all plenaries for our Future of Work conference, and I believe that we could all agree that the past 2 days have indeed been productive and helpful for all of us. Every single plenary, as the minute it's done, it is making everyone really think about what it is that they are doing, what they can do, and future action as well, because we also want to be future ready. I'm sure that all of us will go home with new wisdom, knowledge, and expertise that we can all apply in our respective businesses and or organizations to make the future of work in Quezon City even better. Now, the Future of Work conference was spearheaded by the Quezon City Business and Licensing Permits Department and the Quezon City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office. Please, the loudest applause for today for these two departments. And with that said, those are the departments, but there are people behind those departments. We will now give the floor and invite them to the stage, Maria Margarita T. Santos and Maria Bianca D. Perez for their thoughts and final messages for the conference.
Don't you agree, Bianca? It's been 2 days of inspiration, collaboration, and envisioning a brighter future of work. But before we officially wrap up, let's grab this opportunity to share a moment of reflection and gratitude.
I definitely agree, Miss Marge. So Quezon City is very lucky to have such an incredible group of change makers join our first ever Future of Work conference, which is why we want to thank all the people who contributed to make our conference meaningful, productive, and successful. To our expert speakers, panelists, and moderators, friends from the media, business leaders, guests from the academe and health sector, thank you all for joining us and for your relentless pursuit of a better future of work. Thank you to all performers, to our host, and of course to all Q citizens. Salamat for being a part of this historical conference.
Of course, we should not forget, thank you, Mayor Joy Belmonte, for the inspiration. You know, when we presented the Future of Work conference to the mayor, I was pretty nervous because she might not like it. But, after she heard our presentation and she saw the potential of the conference, she kept on sending us data, articles that she's read, and she kept on guiding us on what to put, what plenaries to put together, and the speakers that we should invite. So thank you, Mayor Joy, for always being an inspiration to each and every one of us, not just in the QC executive departments, but also all Q citizens and all our stakeholders here. Thank you, Vice Mayor Gian Soto, members of the City Council, to all the department heads present here today, our panelists, subject matter experts, Yusek Lord Villanueva, Yusek Almirol, Senator Ontiveros, Yusek Ariel Nepomuceno, the C40's Executive Director Mark Watts, and other guests from the national government. Thank you all for joining us, for your enthusiasm, and for your dedication in shaping the future of work in Quezon City. We've taken a step forward together, and it's a remarkable one. This conference is not just about today, but about building a better, more inclusive, more sustainable, and more resilient world of work for our children and our children's children. It's been incredible to see so many diverse perspectives come together to address the challenges of our rapidly changing world. We truly believe that the insights we've gained here today and the connections we've made are bound to spark positive change in Quezon City.
We explored how technology can transform businesses, making them more efficient, sustainable, and forward-thinking. And we learned that embracing AI is crucial for remaining competitive in the ever-evolving world of work. We also stressed the importance of safe spaces and inclusivity. The workplace of the future must be a place where every voice is heard, where diversity is celebrated, and where everyone can thrive. Workplace resilience is built on how we understand our risk, disaster risk and climate risk, ensure service continuity in spite of disruptions, and create opportunities for a greener future.
Innovate, adopt, thrive isn't just a slogan. It's a vision, a mission, and a commitment. The initiatives undertaken here during this conference are absolutely needed, and that's why we're doing it. And this is just the beginning. The path ahead will require us to work even harder and collaborate even more. But you know what? We're not afraid of that challenge because we've seen the potential, the innovation, and the resilience in each and every one of us.
That's right. We're standing at the forefront of a future where work can be better, more adaptable, and ultimately more rewarding for everyone. It's a future we can create together. So as we close this conference, let's carry the inspiration, knowledge, and connections we've gained forward. Let's keep pushing boundaries and breaking barriers.
And always remember, in the heart of Quezon City, we've sown the seeds of change. We've been doing so over the past 4 years under Mayor Joy Belmonte. Together, we will cultivate a future of work that's not just better, but extraordinary. Thank you all for being a part of this incredible journey, and here's to the limitless potential of the future of Quezon City. Continue to innovate, adopt, and thrive, everyone. We are all excited to see the remarkable changes you will all bring to your workplaces. Until we meet again, stay inspired, stay innovative, and stay inclusive. Cheers to the future of work! Cheers to the future of Quezon City!
These ladies will be celebrating. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you very much to Ma'am Margie and Ma'am Bianca. Your challenge to us is not just accepted, it is embraced. with enthusiasm and determination. Your closing remarks have resonated deeply, and we are committed to carrying the lessons learned today forward, applying them in our organizations, institutions, and businesses to make workplaces better, more inclusive, and resilient. Sa muli, maraming salamat. So, to show our appreciation to all of you, Q citizens, who have attended and made this two-day conference a success, we will be awarding e-certificates to all the participants. You will be receiving that in your, I believe, emails. So we'll make sure that you get that. Yes, we will be sending it via email. Please expect it within the next few days. And we are going to, let me just make sure, as we draw the Quezon City Future of Work Conference 2023 to a close, we now invite you to join us in a moment of reflection and inspiration. Let us bid farewell to this event, but not to the vision and the momentum that it has ignited. Let this closing video be a source of motivation as we continue our journey to create a future of work that transcends expectations. Please watch this. Now, the Quezon City Future of Work Conference 2023 is the first of its kind being launched here in the Philippines.
The mayors have come together out of a shared concern for the global climate crisis, and initially when C40 was created nearly 20 years ago now, because of a feeling that the climate crisis wasn't being tackled successfully by collaboration between national governments, and so the leaders of big cities of the world should try and stimulate faster, bigger action on climate change.
The theme of this year's conference, Innovate, Adapt, Thrive, should serve as our guideposts as we navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in the dynamic world of work.
With collective wisdom and shared determination, we not only adapt to change, but become architects of a future where work is not just a means to an end, but a boundless canvas for human achievement. Ladies, gentlemen, and persons of diverse genders, welcome to Innovate, Adapt, Thrive, the Quezon City Future of Work Conference 2023.
Are you all excited? Yes?
Hindi na mahirap ang pag-open or pagkuha ng mga business permit or pagkuha ng mga iba-ibang klaseng ng mga clearances. So, shortcut po ito. Kaya tinawag po ng BOI na Green Lane kasi VIP ang mga gustong magnegosyo or mag-invest sa Pilipinas.
Our mission is to make every place a great place to work for all.
What matters is giving that someone or that person the voice, not just to be heard, but valued.
So we in the department pledge our utmost efforts in making this reality come to pass, and we hope that you can all join us and join Quezon City in bringing forward this bright vision ahead.
May we bear the will to innovate and adapt to the changing times to serve others amidst hardships, because it is through answering the call to mission that we become true brothers and sisters to our fellow countrymen.
A truly fulfilling 2 days. Oh, wow. Now, the knowledge, ideas, and connections that we have gained here are invaluable, and they serve as a catalyst for positive change in the world of work. Now, as we conclude this event, we hope that there will be many more initiatives like this in the future where minds converge, ideas flourish, and actions are taken to create a better workplace for all. Together, we can drive innovation, inclusivity, and sustainability in the workforce. Now, on behalf of the organizers and all those who have worked tirelessly to make this conference possible, we extend our heartfelt gratitude and absolute pleasure and my privilege to have been the conference host. My name is Jelly Victor. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you very much for making me a part of this. And moving forward, we hope that the lessons learned, the connections made, and the inspiration gained will not merely be confined inside these conference halls. We encourage each and every one of you to take these lessons to heart and to actively apply them in your respective organizations. Let us carry the shared vision forward, driving positive change and making the workplace in Quezon City not just a place of labor, but a place of respect, inclusion, and empowerment. For the future together, I will say the three words that binds this entire conference. I will say the three words and I want you to repeat it after me, okay? Three words: innovate, adapt, thrive. On my count, I want everyone to say this with gusto, with enthusiasm, and with conviction. 3, 2, 1, go. Absolutely fantastic. A round of applause for all of you. I know what everyone is thinking. She sounds like she's closing the whole event and she's about to get off the stage, but she's forgetting something. What do you think it is? Ayan, may mga nervous laughter. So there were several who were already thinking that. We still do have the raffle. Akala nyo nakalimutan ko? Of course not. Okay, so let us now hand off the raffle prizes. Are you ready? Q citizens, I don't think you heard me. Are you ready? Let me have the first prize, please. Naririnig ko yung mga oy, oy. Let me make sure I don't accidentally drop this. It's a Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite. Wow! And the winner. Again, you need to be present to win this prize. Congratulations to Cynthia Ibarola. Cynthia from Golden Arches Development Corporation. Cynthia Ibarola, is that you? Congratulations, Miss Cynthia. One more. As I mentioned earlier, this is a Lenovo IdeaPad. Do you want this? Ang lakas nung isa, talagang yes! So that the universe gets to hear that loud yes. Okay, I have the names off of the QR codes that you've been scanning and your presence. Congratulations to Zoe Diaz de Rivera, IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines. The way she has her hands clasped right in front of her, that is already a sign of gratitude as she walks to the stage, sending love to the Creator and the universe. Like she said, it's an early Christmas gift. Congratulations to all of our winners. Everyone, this has been the Quezon City Future of Work Conference 2023. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day. See you!
Thank you very much to our official conference host, Ms. Jelly Victor. To all our speakers, delegates, moderators, partners, and guests, and Q citizens, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the last 2 days of the Quezon City Future of Work Conference 2023. Together we innovate, adapt, and thrive. To one and all, thank you for coming and sharing the last 2 days with us. Good afternoon.